Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another episode of the Triple P Show. I am your host for tonight, Pat's Path Predictor. Tonight, I am joined by David Schlotthauer. David, how are you doing?
I am actually doing really good. Keeping an eye on this invest that we will be discussing in tonight's Pat's Path Predictor P Show.
Yes, we will. This is a bit of a special edition of the Triple P Show for sure. Things are definitely getting pretty interesting, to say the very least. We got a lot to go over. We have some things to talk about with what is becoming Invest 91L. We have the latest NHC update. We have the latest hurricane models to talk about. And yeah, we're just going to go ahead and go over all of it, kind of get everything out there, and see how things will progress throughout the night that we are live. So let's go ahead and get started. Let's go ahead and shift on over to what's going on. So here's the situation. Invest 91L is right here. This is currently moving as very slowly and kind of staying off the coast of Florida and the northeastern Gulf. We have the latest National Hurricane Center advisory that was put out just about 30 minutes ago at the time of streaming. I'm going to go ahead and read this out real quickly, and then we're going to go ahead and turn it over to David, and he can give a little bit of an analysis of what's going on. So here's the situation that we have from the NHC. Satellite images and surface observations indicate that a broad surface low is located over the eastern Gulf. The associated winds, are currently light, and the shower and thunderstorm activity remains disorganized. However, gradual development of the system is possible, and it could become a tropical depression while it moves slowly northward or northwestward rather during the next few days. Interest in the Florida along the Gulf Coast, southern Alabama, and southwestern Georgia should monitor the progress of the system, as it is expected to bring heavy rain to portions of that region during the next several days. A Air Force Reserve reconnaissance aircraft is scheduled to investigate the system on Sunday if needed. 40% in the next 48 hours, 50% in the next 7 days. So that's a bit of an uptick from what we saw earlier today. Here is what we have on Dapia. Here's some satellite imagery. I'm just going to take a quick gander at this real quickly, see what's going on. Definitely not too much activity near the center of the system right here, but there's definitely a lot of it, especially off the coast of Florida, along the Florida Panhandle over here, as well as a little bit further to the west as well. Noticing a little bit of convection as well too. That's starting to develop over here. We're going to want to monitor several things tonight, but with that exposition out of the way, David, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you. I see you have some things prepped up and ready to go, so we'll go ahead and shift over to your point of view then.
Yes. So what we're looking at right now is a visible satellite imagery, one of my great products, because it actually shows us where it's light and where it's getting dark. And for one thing, it is already getting dark across the Bahamas, but that's not what we're here to talk about. We're here to actually talk about the daylight side of Earth, where we are keeping an eye on 91L. And so as I bring up my drawing tool here, something that stands out, and there's a confusion or misconception that, oh, this looks super well defined. Yeah, at mid-levels, it looks very well defined, but it is actually not a closed circulation at all at the surface, and we'll be looking at surface obs here in a little bit. But what does stick out, and I did make a video on this, and it has been out for 7 minutes, so if you want to go check that out after the P show, you are more than happy to do that. So what we have on this imagery is, of course, mid-level cloud cover that is wrapping all the way up across Tampa. And then there's a sharp deviation right up in here where we have had this could be the main circulation actually in the mid-levels, but it does appear that we have flow still doing this out of the southeasterly direction, and then the winds are really light all in here somewhere, and then we get a northerly flow right around in here. So what we have is a very lopsided system that does not possess a closed surface low at all, even so it does look like it. It actually might be something right in here where that parent circulation is. Could be trying to drill down to the surface. We'll have to look at the surface obs from Tropical Tidbits in a second on that.
Yeah, for sure.
but this is where excuse me, this is where we do have a lot of thunderstorm convection that is beginning to increase as well. Lots of lightning and a recent complex of storms that really fired up and is already moving offshore. This has a lot of lightning, meaning there's a lot of heat energy, latent heat being released into the atmosphere over the Gulf at the moment. So right now, if I could picture this system as well as it is, we have a system that looks more kind of like this, very disheveled, really disorganized, even so that the mid-level circulation is somewhat embedded within this larger mass of convection. So right now, at the moment, it does remain disorganized to some extent. Right now, the National Hurricane Center, as what Pat was saying, is giving this. Actually, this has not updated. We have a 50%. Yeah, this has not come in yet. They're a little bit behind on this. But there is a 50% chance of tropical development on that. When we do look at the water vapor imagery, I did also show this in my video today. Let me bring up my Epic Pin here.
All right.
Okay, there we go. So we're looking at the water vapor imagery. And what we have here is a somewhat of a deformated area of lesser moisture. You can see some darker gray colors. Don't worry about the thunderstorm convection over the western panhandle of Florida, but off towards the east, there is a little bit of a patch of drier air that is trying to work its way into the center. And I would bet you if we try to get a surface circulation that really becomes vertically stacked, some of this drier air will prevent rapid intensification. And we're only looking at gradual organization with the system over the next few days. Right now is what Pat says, 40 to 50% chance of this system becoming a tropical storm in the next 7 days or a tropical depression. When we look at our modeling, we did recently get our hurricane models on. So for that, I'm actually going to open up another program. This has got to update. How many updates do they actually have to put out on Agacero WX?
Yeah.
Which, by the way, is not a free program. This is what professional, high-end degree meteorologists use. This is very, very, very good, expensive software. And so we're going to bring up our hurricane models and look at the HAVS A, which tends to do really well with tropical systems. And we're going to bring up, give me a second here. What I'm going to actually do is customize this. Once this, is this even loading? What the heck is going on?
Okay.
Okay, hold on a second. P-watt value is not working.
Fine. That's
here we go.
Oh, you got it?
Okay, yeah, we got it.
All right, perfect.
I guess the P-watt anomalies. Oh yeah, the P-watts are in. That's interesting because when I clicked on it, it was not working. So now it is. Okay, so let me edit some layers here for a second. Let me add another layer and let me go over to, let's see. Okay, this is not gonna give me what I wanted it to. Let's see, upper air, deep layer moisture, relative humidity. That's what we want. Okay, so you could add a lot to this. It's an amazing product. So what we're gonna do is bring this just down a little bit.
Hey, David, are you trying to show us something? It looks like it's a little bit frozen on the precip potential on your side of the stream.
Oh, okay. Am I? It's because I'm sharing my.
Okay. There we go. There we go. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. So I have deep layer moisture plot enabled. You could add so many products to this. This is like, again, state of the art, high end weather professional meteorology modeling technology, and you're only going to find this on my live streams, on my videos, and on Pat's streams. You won't find this anywhere else at all. So of course, be sure to subscribe to Pat's YouTube channel and my channel as well.
Awesome.
All right, so let's. With that being said, okay, you know what? This did not initialize correctly. Let me actually bring up, let's see. Let's bring up the HAVS B. Let's see what the HAVS B shows on 91L. This is the first group of members or modeling from for hurricane specifics that came
Yeah,
in.
Havsby's
Okay,
not
these
doing
two
anything.
models.
Yeah, it's mainly the H1
No.
and the H-Wharf that are out. The Havs A and Havs B, usually the first time around, they're not the best. Usually they start to correct themselves with the second or third one. But there we go.
Yeah, I'm going to use the H-bond model. There's something about the H-bond that tends to do a little bit better
Okay.
than the H-wharf model. Not saying that I'm cherry picking the worst case scenario here, but it tends to initialize a little bit better. So
right.
I'm going to use this model. So this particular model really is concerning. Okay, this I know is the 18Z guidance, so we'll have to wait for our 0Z model guidance and wait for. Okay, I'm echoing in the background on your end, Pat.
Oh yeah, I can fix that real quickly. There we go.
It's probably your speaker. Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
So
Yeah, it
as
is.
we go,
There we go. Go ahead.
So, all right. So as we go into Tuesday morning, the date and time up here and the model type is on your screen, so you can clearly see what we're looking at. This is radar reflectivity with, again, deep layer moisture plot that is indicated here. So if we actually go and look and do some mouse readouts, you can see a deep layer of moisture here surrounding the system is not really all that bad. On the southern side, though, it's a lot more moist. You can see deep layer relative humidities are right around 100%. But to the north here, where we do got some of that vertical wind shear down the line in about 60 hours, we have lesser high relative humidities, and they're in the 30s and 40s. And that's a consequence of the vertical wind shear that we're looking at. But as we go forward here, and let's play this through.
Yep.
We can see this really gets its act together. Now, you all in the live stream are going to freak out and be like, oh my gosh, it looks like it's going to become a hurricane. In this sense, this hurricane, it in theory, it can be under hurricane train models like this. I would probably highly doubt it because of the vertical wind shear. But if this were to become a hurricane, it doesn't mean you'll have hurricane force winds on shore and you'll see the worst impacts because, as you know, this is vertically tilted, vertically sheared, and you can see why that is. If we bring up our pen, our drawing tool here, we can see, okay, is it going to work on us? Okay, we can get an idea that there is, oh wow, my pen is small here. Let me make that a little bit bigger. So we got vertical wind shear coming in out of the northeasterly direction. So that's helping to push all of the convection and thunderstorm activity offshore. Okay, that's the scenario that's been consistent in many model runs, including now our newly formed hurricane model runs that are coming in. I have this tilted off towards the south. So any significant rainfall actually may not be all that bad in Mobile, Alabama, but any rain bands, yeah, you do get could bring in some enhanced wind potential and maybe some water spouts. Now, I would be a little more concerned down the line if this does graze southern Louisiana. Oops, let me fix that. If this grazes southern Louisiana, this could be a big problem because now vertical wind shear does back off just a hair, just a tad bit. So Grand Isle could get more significant precipitation on the back side of this as the eastern side rolls through. And then this could try to hang on for dear life a little bit more. And the vertical wind shear could actually decrease a little bit more and become more westerly vertical wind shear just a little bit here. You can see, again, a little more asymmetrical, weighted on the eastern side there instead of the southern side. But this is a mighty storm system. In fact, if we look at the wind on this, let's look at wind. Here's a look at the surface winds. We're looking at about 100 knots. So that's about 115 miles per hour on this model. So that is pretty strong, very strong wind on this. So that's what we will be really watching. I don't believe it right now. I'm being very careful about this forecast. If we look at the H-Wharf model, that shows a different scenario. So let's go to that. Yeah, see, this is a lot weaker. Winds of around 30 knots, so that's about 35 miles an hour on this model after it has made
Yeah, that's
landfall.
partly
But
because
there's even
instead of moving south, it just crashes into the Mississippi River Delta and moves inland. To me,
yeah, and so your southerly winds here, 72 knots. That is borderline hurricane force. So definitely a tropical storm is on the cards. I think for sure with winds of at least 30, about 40 plus miles an hour are certainly a guarantee with a system like this. So that is why we're live on this, or Pat's live on this, and I'm helping to be the co-host here at showing you all. But let's look at relative humidity. And again, this is Agacero WX. Really, really good program, but it is pretty expensive. It is not cheap at all to rent out, to subscribe to. Oops. And so we could actually add layers on this. So just assuming I would probably trust, it's a double-edged sword here. I would probably trust the HMON overall just because it seems to handle tropical systems slightly better, just a hair. And then, of course, the halves A and halves B eventually, once they could get aircraft out in this, it should hopefully help correct things a little bit more. But this is what we're looking at. And yeah, look at these PWatt values, like significant PWatts on this. So, let me see what else I have to say here.
Yeah, David, if you would like to, you were mentioning PWatts. That's for the audience's precipitable water. Why is that important to talk about?
So it gives us a general idea how much moisture, how much water is in the atmosphere. So if you're able to condense it into a column, which is measured from the surface all the way to about 300 or 200 millibars. If you're able to squeeze all that moisture out, that's how much rainfall you're going to potentially get. I don't know if it's 2.4 inches in a given time. I would probably assume this would probably be rainfall rates. So at maximum condensation, you can squeeze a lot of that out. That's a lot. In simple terms, anything above about, I would say about 1.5 inches is pretty high, depending on climatology. But anything above about a 2 is pretty exceptional, and anything above like 2.5 is extreme, and anything above 3 is just unprecedented amounts of water in the atmosphere. That's like literally the vertical column here is very saturated. In fact, we could actually bring up astounding. Can I actually? No, wait. Let me see here. Give me a split second, Pat, because there's a thing on here where we can actually maybe just. Oh, yeah. So we could actually click on this, and I don't know if this generates sounding off of a hurricane model. Oh, yes, it does. Okay.
Yeah, it does.
It actually does. And what's neat here is, you get everything on this. You could literally make your custom sounding based on different plots. So we're just using the default here, and you can see very wet atmosphere. And if we actually zoom in on this sounding, you can see the green line, that's your dew point line, and your red line is your vertical temperature lapse rate, because this is skewed. So these lines these dashed lines going to the right are your fixed temperature at that pressure level. So if you have an inversion, you're going to find temperatures warm up with height. So the red line would go to the right instead of the left. So here we got cooling aloft, of course, and a very unstable atmosphere. Very unstable. And PWatts here are 2.91. And that, again, is just telling us how much water. But if we clicked on a sounding like, let's just say in northern or central Alabama, generate another sounding with lesser PWatts, you can see the air mass is not as wet.
Yeah, it's a
lot
lot
You're not
drier.
seeing a whole lot of, So that's how you get that number. Pretty cool stuff. But also another tool, again, you're only going to find this on Agacero WX. Very, very good weather program. for professional meteorologists. No, I'm not a meteorologist. I'll be honest with you on that one. But this is what the high-end gold standard people actually use. So what we're actually going to do here is do a cross-section of this system. So we're going to draw right here all the way across. And there are some things that I wanted to show you here. This is the mix ratio. So this is a very, very wet atmosphere. This is absolutely incredible right here. So let's look at wind speeds. So here you can see your wind speeds where your somewhat formed eye wall is. So winds are up to like 82 miles an hour with height. By the way, this is not a mountain. This is just basically the pressure level. So this is a 993 millibar system. Lower the pressure, stronger the storm is actually going to be. So that's that. And then we could actually look at relative humidity with height. So, of course, this is a very wet atmosphere, but you could even change it to, you could view way up into the atmosphere, like 100 millibars. And this is what our system actually looks like. So if we put this in a motion, see if it pops up really well here. Yeah, see, you can see our system moving off towards the left in this image, where we have all the moisture. So this is a cross-section view of that. And again, you're only going to find this on a couple of websites, Tropical Tidbits, but this is more, you can get more precise with this. You can literally just draw from point A to point B however you like. It's really, really useful tool. So that's what the program is capable of. But let's go back to Tropical Tidbits here. And I'll tell you guys, for you all that watch my YouTube channel and for you that watch Pat, I mean, I'm one of the few out there that have most hands-on with weather modeling. Like, people will ask me, what's the weather going to be like in 2 weeks? And I'll literally give them the answer with good accuracy because I look at models all the day. I live my life on weather models. So putting this into motion, here's the APHIS model. That's how I just call it. Maybe there's another term for it, but I just call it APHIS. So the APHIS model is on the vorticity plot here at 850 millibars, showing some good spin in the atmosphere. That's what the orange actually shows. The Euro shows something similar. Let's look at the 18Z. Nope, that 18Z did not come in right now, so we don't have the latest information. I'm going to be more broad on this because Pat could actually explain more on this because it is his show tonight. But you can see the vorticity here on the Euro. The GFS, let's look at the GFS as well. Let's see. Let's go back. So here, there's our GFS. Actually, our 18Z came in. Ooh, yeah. 18Z is a little bit more aggressive and further south.
Yeah, it's like so every model today, David, has gotten increasingly aggressive, it seems, with this.
Yeah. So that's what we're going to have to watch for the Canadian when it comes out. Moisture, we just talked about that, so we're just going to skip on by with that. The vertical wind shear, though, that's where I want to kind of do a little bit more talking. So the question is, how much can this get together over the next couple of days before vertical wind shear out of the easterly direction begins to increase as we get a strong tropospheric ridge over, or the upper level tropospheric ridge over the high plains, and we get this trough that does dig down across the eastern seaboard and bringing that anticyclonic curvature on the backside of the ridge over the system, helping to shear it a little bit. Now, if the system does speed up a little bit, like some of the models do show, then the system could encounter lesser vertical wind shear. But that's a bit hard to predict at this point, whether or not will that actually happen, because, again, does it stay offshore or does it move onshore? Is a lot that we don't know just yet. But the vertical wind shear could decrease a little bit here from about, say, 25 to 30 knots to about maybe 20 knots over the Western Gulf. So enough to at least maybe lead to some better organization. Let's see here. So the artificial intelligence models, this is what I have. This is a screenshot. So I don't want to have to open up Weather Nerds again and just do a whole sector of this. So I'll just reference the 12Z outputs because the 18Z can be a little sketchy sometimes. But we can see here most of the models do show a tropical storm over the northern Gulf on the artificial intelligence, the AI-based Euro. And when we look at the European ensemble, pretty aggressive. Now, this could be a great possibility given our hurricane models that are also aggressive. The two, the HMON and HWRF, the HAVS AB, are not that aggressive yet. But this needs to be watched. I mean, the fact that half of the hurricane models are very aggressive, you can't turn your back on this. The Google DeepMind model as well is showing also tropical storm tracks as well right off the coast. Not really a whole lot bringing this directly in towards Georgia or Alabama, and instead they just kind of parallel the coast of the United States. And the generational model is pretty much similar, with most members showing at least a 40 to 45 mile an hour tropical storm. And we don't have any new information yet on 91L from Tropical Tidbits with these tracks here.
Those will be coming out in about 30 minutes.
Oh, okay. We'll be curious to see what that shows. But right now, movement generally towards the northwest at a very slow pace. I mean, some of these models or members take 4 to 5 days just before they make landfall. So that is, it's not moving very fast. It's crawling. It's moving very slow. The intensity as well, we'll get a new update here in about 30 minutes is what Pat was showing, but some of the models do bring this to tropical storm intensity, which would be Bertha, our second named storm of the Atlantic hurricane season.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm muted. All right. Yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah, we're good. We're good. So, yeah, I was just muted for David so he could finish his stuff on all that. But now we're good. We're good again. Thank you very much for everybody in the chat that's been saying you're muted. You've been very helpful tonight. All right. So here's my take on all of this, and this is what I've noticed today. Number one, every single model across the from 0Z to 18Z has seen some sort of uptrend. 0Z to 12Z, the difference has definitely been pretty drastic from what I've seen, not just on the Euro, but the AI runs as well. I have noticed that. The second thing I've noticed is, at least in terms of what we're looking at with our potential wind shear, I was looking at that to me for this season, not for this season, but rather this whole situation seems to be the wild card for me, taking a look at this from the outside. Dry air is not going to be as big of an issue. It's mainly going to be wind shear, and David was pulling up these maps and kind of talking about why for a reason. We have the 12Z Euro pulled up for right here. I'm just kind of reiterating my point. It looks to me that for the next 24 to 48 hours, things are kind of staying up, going up and down, but they start to increase starting about, I'd say tomorrow night off the coast of Florida. I'm not sure how much this is going to affect it, depending on how much further to the west this will progress, but the further west this system goes, the further out away from this wind shear that builds up over here it'll be. And part of the reason, and this is another point I wanted to bring up that I don't think anyone's emphasized just yet, is there is actually a high pressure system currently in the Midwest that is part of the reason why we've seen this shift further to the west. Before, we were thinking this was going to hug off the East Coast and move towards Georgia and the Carolinas. There's been a high pressure system that's been building up across much of the Midwest that's kind of preventing that from happening. Also, the system remained weak enough for that opening of maybe that trough that moved through parts of the mid-Atlantic a couple of days ago to move out of the United States. And now what we have is a situation where this is going to shift further to the west due to the increase of steering currents. So that's something I wanted to emphasize. That's also why you have another heat wave starting to ramp up in parts of the Great Plains and the Midwest as well. So I just wanted to make that clear very quickly. So, Yeah, someone in chat was taking a look at the AI run for the 18Z. Let's go ahead and take a look at this real quickly. Yeah, think I saw this a little bit earlier, but yeah, we were definitely looking at near tropical storm, around tropical depression to tropical storm strength at the 18Z AI. The 12Z was definitely tropical storm strength for sure. So a lot of these models have definitely shifted towards a more aggressive role. The main thing we need to emphasize, though, is this system hasn't developed yet. It has a 50% chance of development. Those numbers have definitely increased. And like David said, there's definitely good mid-level circulation, but there's not much of a low-level circulation that we can go off of at this current point in time. And another thing we need to watch out for throughout the stream tonight, and let me see if I can pull this up on Dapia once again, just to show, is we need to watch the convection, because there is dry air that is currently in parts of the northeastern part of the system in northern Florida that is moving through, that we're going to want to pay attention to. But you're also watching more moisture over here from this convection that is showing. David was talking about there's a lot of latent heat in this as well, because the amount of lightning strikes. If that continues, that'll definitely get things cooking for throughout much of the night. So this is what we have. This is what we have for satellite and radar. This is what we have for 91L. I'm pulling it up on Cyclonic WX, and I am looking at water vapor imagery, and we're going to loop this. But yeah, this is what we're looking at. What we have for you guys right here is dry air that's still kind of populating some of this area over here, especially near the center of circulation. You do have more moistening up, though, however. And across parts of Florida, you had some convection moving through today, especially around Tampa Bay and the western half of Florida. That moisture is slowly but surely moving further up to the north in the state to near Gainesville now. And you're also seeing some more convection, albeit slightly, starting to develop in this dry air area. And this is what I talk about when I say that this is mixable dry air. Mixable dry air is if you start seeing convection and you keep seeing convection produce, it can get mixed out. This is a prime example of this, especially in northern Florida. More of this dry air is getting pushed out. You're seeing some convection starting to slowly mix some of it out too. And you're also noticing more convection, especially in the western part, starting to ramp up as well. So that's kind of what we're going to need to pay attention to. And I'd say the next 24 hours will definitely be a big situation. It'll definitely be not necessarily make or break, but it'll be a very telling situation as to what is going on for that. So with that being said, I do want to bring in a couple of other perspectives on this. I do want to bring a couple of callers in. I want to bring in Logan, and I want to bring in Delta to get their takes. I am pinging them right now to have them join the stream, because I know they've been monitoring this as well. David's been monitoring this. I wanted to add their perspectives on this as well. What's up, David?
Really quickly. So I'm looking at RTMA data. So remember how I was saying that there might not be a surface low that is forming.
Right.
It does appear that might already be happening. And let me share my screen really quickly.
Please do. Please do. Delta, if you could wait for a second. This is breaking news that we need to look at.
Yeah, absolutely no issue.
So RTMA data is showing that there is semblance. Let me get my pin out here. It's broad, it's not tight, so we're not going to speculate that this winds are not strong enough for a tropical depression, but it is somewhat closed right now, where we have good wind here out of the south, easterly wind here, northerly here, and then southerly over here. So we do have a broad surface low that might already be developing. Earlier it was more kind of lopsided, but it looks like we are starting to see something trying to come together right in here somewhere. So it is a little further offshore than what models thought. So I'm wondering if they're trying to congeal something over here, or even over here. So that's what we're going to be talking about from all of our experts. But somewhat marginal breaking news is that we do have a surface low that might be forming already, according to RTMA data.
All right, David, thank you very much. Before I respond, Logan Rounds with the $20. Let's here's the surprise, Pat. A donation train. Everybody give Storms United some love and subscribe to Pat and David. So Pat, surprise, and I'll see you all on the stream shortly. Thank you very much, Logan. That means a lot. Logan, you're actually in the call right now, kind of not only doing that, but also dissecting what myself and David have been talking about the last almost 40 minutes at this current point. What are your thoughts on what you just saw, and overall, what's your thoughts on Invest 91L?
Okay, so I didn't really see as much because I was dealing with some fun technical issues. I tried doing that earlier and it kept failing on me.
Yeah.
I was talking with Delta a little bit about it. I would say this is going to probably follow something similar to the H-Wharf, which is actually something that Delta and I agreed on, where the H-Mon is a little bit unbelievable at the moment and just smoke on the water, basically.
How so?
Doesn't... it's an outlier. It's very strong. It shouldn't be doing what it's trying to do. Basically, it's trying to go towards Texas.
All right.
At 954 millibars, I believe.
Yeah, can you...
That...
All right. I'll have to...
because the storm's motion overall is about northwest, not west.
Yeah.
And currently, I would say that this thing is trying to get a center of low pressure because this thing had a reading of 1,014 millibars to the north. So what tells me is it's trying to do a center relocation up to the north. That seems to have succeeded. And pressure is falling.
Okay.
And I see some convection trying to pop up out near where this area of low pressure would be. So I see an area of I see an area of convection popping up that has to have been new near where the low pressure is trying to form.
I see where you're looking at on Dapia. Let me share my screen real quick. I'm sorry, Delta.
Wyatt, really quickly,
David.
sorry to interrupt. I wanted to say I donated $20, so you'll see my super chat in there.
Yep, David with the $20. Thanks for having me on, brother Pat. You're awesome, dude. Thank you so much. That means a lot. Thanks, guys, for donating to the stream. All support is much appreciated. Be sure to subscribe and like as well. And join the Storms United Discord server. Link to that is in the description. Our third co-host for tonight, Ethan WX, is on. Ethan, how's it going?
I'm doing pretty good. Yeah, sorry I wasn't here earlier. I just didn't realize we were streaming right away. But
we planned this literally 24 hours ago. So
yeah, I was just doing other stuff. So
all right,
but I thought I might as well just hop in quick.
That's fine. That's fine. All right. So who would like to go next? I know Logan was talking about the. Yeah, I know Logan was.
I didn't quite finish the point just yet.
All right.
So after this, we should probably let Ethan talk. So I'll finish this and try and wrap it up.
That's fine.
I'm going to be looking at Microwave and ASCAT real quick before I do anything else.
Okay.
Let's see. So that is a very poor image. Let's see. Microwave. That's also poor. I see stuff trying to form. I see some slight banding on the south and western sides, which makes sense given the fact that there's a presence of dry air. Now, I want to see if there's any ASCAT passes on 91L at all. I do see some signs that do support 25 knots for 91L. And given the fact that the moisture is supposed to mix out dry air from what I've been seeing, I would say that this thing is attempting, I'm going to look at satellite loop real quick, attempting to create a surface low and try and strengthen.
Right.
Slightly. So I think currently, okay, they just did 0Z update, just came out, 20 knots, 1,013 millibars. This thing
okay, so
is
the pressure's been decreasing.
Well, yeah, it's been falling.
Yeah.
It
Okay.
has fallen 2 millibars since last update. The center is even further west from what I'm seeing. So that might not have been a center relocation. That might have just been a kink in the isobars, perhaps. But I would say, though, considering that convection is trying to move into the storm, and you got convection on the panhandle of Florida moving south that is still very deep and bursting, that's trying to also feed into this storm, because that is part of the that supports on microwave the banding I saw.
Yeah.
So that tells me that this is really attempting to do something. So I think possibly tomorrow we'll see anywhere between a high chance of development to as extreme as a tropical storm at 40 miles an hour by tomorrow
All right.
at this time.
All
So
right.
anywhere between a high chance of development to a PTC to a depression to a storm tomorrow.
Okay.
Are the four possible
Sorry.
outcomes.
Okay, Logan,
All
thank
right.
you very much. Ethan, you just joined on. I'm sure you've been keeping a decent eye on what's going on. What are your thoughts on what you've seen so far?
So I've been checking up on it every now and then, and honestly, kind of been sleeping on it. I really didn't think it was going to do much because the environment's not the best. Although I will say the SSTs are certainly there. I mean, I think we were
Yeah.
talking about this on the last show that we have like, 28, 29 Celsius, actually over 30,
over
I think,
30.
in a lot of places.
31 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, we're over 30 in a lot of places.
Yeah.
So the SSTs are certainly there. Honestly, I haven't really
hold
looked
on,
at
hold
the
on, hold on.
long-range-
Let Ethan
Yeah,
talk,
go ahead.
guys. Let's just.
I was just
yeah.
saying, I haven't really looked at the long-term models in a little while, but it seems like there have been a lot of conflicting takes, at least that I've seen on Twitter. Some people are saying, oh, this is probably not going to develop because of the dry air shear. And then other
What
people
dry
saying,
air?
well, maybe it will. And then there will be, because if it does get going, then there's a pretty decent ceiling just because the SSTs are so high.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ethan. All right. So, is there anything else you wanted to add before I switch it over to Delta, Ethan?
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Honestly, like I said, I'm just going to say I'm like 50-50 right now on whether this will develop into something significant or whether it will fizzle out. I will say that the chances have definitely increased from compared to like a day or two ago.
Absolutely.
But honestly, I haven't really been tracking the tropics as much lately. Personally, I've been
Fair.
more so looking at the severe weather in Texas, and then also
Yeah.
up here on the East Coast. So
Yeah.
I just haven't really looked at it a whole lot.
You know that trough that went through you was the one shot of this system shooting up towards the Carolinas. Now it's staying in the Gulf, it looks like. So
I've seen it looks like some of the models have it drifting westwards towards like Texas and Louisiana.
mhm.
Honestly, I think that would definitely favor a stronger system because then you get more time over the water. I would assume that implies pretty weak wind shear as well.
Yeah.
And then I don't know how much of the Saharan air layer is still sticking around, but I
Mhm.
would expect that has probably dissipated or will continue to dissipate over the next
Yeah.
couple days. So I think if this system keeps meandering west, then there's definitely the chances of it developing into at least a tropical storm definitely increase.
Yeah. All right. Kerbal for Life
really-
donated $20 to the Triple P show. 91L is spinning and Pat's on the case. Hey, Ethan, remember during our winter weather video, remember what I said as we started the video? Triple P's on the case. We're doing it. The Triple P's on the
P is
case with
on
this.
the case.
Yeah. All right. David, you wanted to
Really quickly.
go
Yes.
for it.
Okay, so when looking at a mesofloater satellite, I think that deep convection that's initiating just to the south of that low-level circulation,
Mhm.
I don't know if you all can actually see that, including Ethan WX.
Let me
but
see.
I
Let me
think
share my
there
screen real
might-
quick.
There might be another attempt to add a mesovort circulation trying to form down there.
Oh.
I don't know. Maybe Ethan WX and Tropical Surge could correct me on that, but I think because that low level circulation to the north is actually being shunted a little bit southward, right under, getting closer to that area of deep convection. So there might be an attempt where there's two couplets of lightning going on with those two hot towers.
Yeah.
That might be the
what he's
focus.
saying. I see what he's saying. I think he's right. I think David is right.
Yeah.
Ethan WX, what are your thoughts?
I'm taking a look at it right now. Let's see, 91L. I mean, I can definitely see we got some sustained strong convection there, kind of south of like Pensacola. The center looks a little open at the moment, but let's see what it looks like on visible.
No, not that deep convection off of Pensacola, but like southeast of it. Like
Yeah,
if you play,
Yeah, if you look at my stream, Ethan, I'm circling it right now. I think I know what David's talking about. Yep.
All right, let me just go over there, take a look at that real quick.
Yeah.
Once the ad passes.
Also noticing more convection firing up in several isolated areas too.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
it
what
is
I was
starting to
thinking,
become
actually.
nighttime, and generally speaking, you'd see more convection during the overnight hours. In fact, the
Yes.
diurnal max in the over the ocean tends to be right around sunrise. So as the night goes on, we're going to see more convection fire just because of that.
Okay. All right. All right, Logan, you had something you wanted to say. We'll talk. You go ahead and make your point real quickly, and then we're going to
Yep.
turn it over to Delta because he hasn't been speaking yet. He's been very patient, though, so thank you very much,
Yep.
Delta. But
All right,
Logan, go
sorry for that
ahead.
blunder. This is really urgent regarding this storm, so I apologize about all the blunder just now.
That's okay.
Waters have been warming underneath the low pressure, and there are waters that are about 31 degrees Celsius underneath this system. To back up Ethan's point, and once again, just had to bring it up because this is extremely urgent.
Mhm.
Waters are extremely warm, have been warming. Extreme warmth has happened since yesterday, and basically, this storm is in a pristine environment, and basically, be cautious. You don't know what this storm could do next, and that is a very urgent update for everybody.
All right, thank you very much, Logan. Delta, you have not talked on the stream yet. You've been patiently waiting. What are your thoughts on what you've seen with the system, and what are your things that you want to bring to the table?
Well, first of all, I wanted to just give a little tip in the chat. So
Mhm.
just to help with the channel. But yeah, this it's trying to organize right now with, especially with what David is saying with surface analysis. It is trying to consolidate a low level center and is in the process of doing that.
Right.
So what I would expect going along with the models that we have, the H mod, which I am considering an outlier, I'm putting more faith in the H Wharf at the moment until we get recon data in there. But
Okay.
those models hinge on the fact of 91L getting its act together within the next 48 hours. And it seems to be working in that direction. It's really trying to build that convection in the center at the moment. It's mixing out the dry air, any dry air that is left. And with the water temperatures, it will have a high ceiling. I am saying probably about a category 1 is the maximum at this moment for my likings.
Yeah. All right. Delta, thank you very much. Hey, I saw what you posted on chat. Do you have like a link to what you sent so I can show it to the audience, or anything like that? Because these are your intensification models.
Let me try something here.
Okay, that's fine.
Let me see if I can quickly share my screen. I'm just going to edit this and put this like on a text or find the actual. Okay.
All right, whenever you're ready. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are just joining us right here, we are looking at a pretty interesting situation going on with Invest 91L. We have over 100 people in the stream right now. Thank you very much. Clap that up. Be sure to like and subscribe if you are new. The goal, as always, is to get more people engaged with weather. We are looking at Invest 91L. Delta looks like he has something he's getting ready to show us something.
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, let me go. Oh, that's David's. That's David's stream.
Yeah, after you view deltas, I want to show something
That's
really
fine.
quick.
Yep. Let me pull this up. All right, Delta, go ahead. All right, Delta, go ahead, and I'll zoom in on what we're looking at. So,
All right, this is the first run of the ship's intensification model.
Mhm.
This basically takes the current system. So our current intensity right now is at 20 knots, and we're still in our formation. So these forecast conditions going out, so you have your 6, 12, 18, 24 hours, are basically showing this model are forecasting the wind shear.
yeah,
So right now the shear is right about 10 knots, but then it increases going further out into time. So
yeah,
probably about 48 to 72 hours on this model is showing wind shear getting really high.
right.
And so ocean heat content is okay. Anything really above 50 can support a hurricane. I'm not saying this is going to be a hurricane. It's
Yeah.
just the potential is there.
All right.
Here's your maximum potential intensity. Basically, if everything was perfect, this is what it could potentially have been, which is not the case.
No, this is not
El
the case at
Nino,
all.
It's July. There's going to be dry. There's going to be some dry air. There's going to be shear. It's not going to get anywhere near this.
Right.
And so your relative humidity it's on the low end, but it's not overly dry. It's about 50%. But we really need to pay attention is this probability of rapid intensification. So here are your thresholds. And so right now the consensus is it's about a 50-50 chance of any kind of rapid intensification happening. It favors more in the later period. But
Okay.
there are some scenarios where you could have a period of rapid intensification if it can get its act together. If it doesn't matter if you have perfect conditions, if your
Right.
storm structure is not able to take advantage of that, then you're not going to get rapid intensification, which I am thinking is what the HMON is trying to say is it gets its act together quickly, and then it is able to take more advantage of the conditions that it has. Whereas the HWRF, it's slower to get organized and it slowly intensifies, which is the more likely scenario.
Yeah.
But with my experience with the Gulf is that you never underestimate the Gulf's ability to surprise you or to overachieve.
Right.
This system, if it can get its act together, has a high potential, not a super high potential, but it does have hurricane potential if it can get its act together soon and
All right.
close off that low level center.
All right, Delta. Thank you very much, David. You had something you wanted to bring up. Go for it. Yeah, David's muted right now. Yeah, David,
I'm here.
you're
Sorry.
good. You're ready to go.
Okay.
Ready when you are.
Yeah, I'm ready. Okay, sorry about that.
You're good.
I did not even realize I was muted.
It's all right.
Back to looking at this right now, looking at cloud motions, because I've been really keeping an eye on the low-level clouds. So right here, we have westerly-ish flow. So if we put this into motion, yeah, we have southwesterly there. So I'm trying to diagnose to see exactly where we are seeing something trying to consolidate. So if I would be able to pick, man, my eyes keep aiming right over here. I just feel like this area right in here is the area that's trying to get its act or trying to get a low pressure going, because you have southerly here, and then over here you have northerly flow. So yeah, it's gonna be somewhere right in here where we might be seeing a low trying to form.
Okay.
Even so, we have this is a parent low up here. This is gonna come right around, and this is where I think we're gonna get consolidation. Where the convergences.
All right,
Yeah,
David. Yeah, yeah. Did you have more to add, or
Nope, that's it.
all right?
That's all I
Perfect.
wanted
I'm
to
gonna
add.
go ahead and switch over to. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and switch over to satellite imagery on my end to kind of pinpoint what you're talking about over here. This is just off of. Oh yeah, this is the area west of Tampa Bay that you were talking about. That had that convection burst. We were looking at it earlier. Yeah, I'm definitely starting to see stuff consolidating over there. The main thing is we need. Okay, this is interesting. Yeah, it looks like several bursts of convection are starting to fire off over here. Let me see real quickly. Yeah, several bursts.
Seizure warning.
Yep, sorry, thank you. Seizure warning to those prone to flashing lights. But yeah, several bursts of convection are starting to fire off over the last. How long is this? Over the last 10 to 15 minutes. Like Dapia is really good with minute-to-minute analysis, and that's something I really excel at too. But yeah, things are starting to ramp up over here as well. We're going to need to watch this in the next coming out few hours to see if this fully consolidates or not. If we see by the time the next NHC advisory comes up that this is fully consolidated and we see a lot more convection over here, that's definitely going to, in my opinion, ramp up the chances a little bit. Yeah, that's 30 plus degrees Celsius SSTs working right there. Yep, absolutely, Delta, 100% right there. So, yep.
But yeah, looking at that mesovort on the northern side of that broad area, whew, that's spicy. That is spinning. That is spitting. That's very tight, actually. If that is able to wrap all the way down shear, where that other burst of deep convection is, it could really help to initiate more deeper convection overnight tonight.
Absolutely.
I am not surprised by that. That is a really tight vort on the northern side. I don't know if you could see that tropical surge and Ethan WX or Delta.
Yes, I can.
You can see it.
That is very, very tight.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, if this can consolidate tonight, we're gonna be in for a whole new ball game. I would say. I know it's a phrase Weather Kingdom and I would always say, but if this convex tonight, this is gonna be a new ball game because number one, this is a bit further to the south than what we were originally thinking. If this was going to be at, this is where I'm looking at right here. It's about, I'd say, 27 to 28 degrees north. That puts it south of the Mississippi River Delta in Louisiana. Now, the motion is still going to be generally to the northwest for a little bit, but that's closer to the loop current where it's at right now. Matter of fact, let me check where the OHC map, and let me see where it's at in relation. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can pull up the Miami website and zoom and see if I can zoom in on this real quickly. Yep, here it is. Let me check other basins, North Atlantic. Perfect. This is exactly what I was looking for. Okay, so this is about 28 degrees north. What's the longitude on this? Real quickly, I'm just sorry guys. I'm just letting my brain meats work real quickly. Let's see. This is about 85 degrees west.
That is over the loop current.
Yeah. Let's see.
That's
85.
over it.
Yeah, it's in an area right now of about 50 to 75 OHC right now. Let's see. Close to 100 in a couple of areas too. That is pretty deep. That is 31 degrees Celsius water temperatures about at a pretty significant depth. So that's also playing a role into why we're seeing this convection bursting and why I think once that dry air gets mixed out fully, this could potentially organize a little bit faster than I think what the NHC is predicting. I've been getting a couple questions in the chat right here. Pat, I heard a cat too is earlier. Is this possible? Right now, I'm going to say no, not 100% convinced on that. I'm thinking for right now where things stand. It's to me, I think hurricane strength is not off the table. if everyone in the call, do you guys agree or disagree right now, or do we need more data? Do you guys see this as a hurricane contender?
Yes.
I agree with what
Not
you said.
yet.
It's on
I
the
don't-
table.
Hold on. Okay,
I think it's
Ethan, you
still
go first, then
unlikely.
David.
I think it's still unlikely, but I would say it's definitely on the table.
So would you say it's a potential
agree with
contender?
Yes.
Okay. David?
I'm giving this about a 1 to 2% chance because there's that vertical wind shear. There's a patch of dry air to the north.
Mhm.
And when a system tries to organize, it tends to bring in that drier air.
Sure.
And the third thing is the close proximity to land. It's a nail biter. I don't think it's, I mean, tropical storm, definitely. I think we can get a named storm out of this, but hurricane intensity, yeah, no. I'm just not confident yet.
Okay. All right.
Let me give out my opinions very quickly about this. I think this has a chance of being a hurricane, and I like how Delta put out the points to it that the ship models are showing this that
Mhm.
it could rapidly intensify. So I'm against tropical storm stage and going against hurricane.
So, okay. So, Trevor, you're on the air. So you believe this is a potential contender?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Logan, Delta, one at a time. Yeah. What are your thoughts?
I would give it about a 10 to 15% chance.
Okay.
If you wanted to give me if I have to put a number out
Fair enough.
of a hurricane.
Okay. So a little bit outside of contention status. Logan.
I'd give it about a 25% chance, if I'm honest with you.
Okay. That's a
The-
little bit closer to it.
To kind of elaborate on something that David was bringing up too with the dry air. This is what you've been calling as mixable dry air.
Mhm.
Not only that, moisture coming in on the backside of where that dry air pocket that has been shown. If you look at the dry air pocket,
Yep.
you look really close, you can see that there's moisture popping up not only inside the dry air.
Mm-hmm.
You got moisture from Pensacola, you got moisture from the mainland of Florida, and this thing is also moving west away from Florida, so land interaction shouldn't be a real nail biter for this storm because it's moving away from
Okay.
land and it's going to happen over the waters. And I'm looking at the waters right now, and about where it's at is about 30.5 to 31 degrees Celsius over that center. And also, I have a really big point to mention too. This is before diurnal maximum really starts to get going, because diurnal maximum really starts to ramp up around now, but really gets going later on in the night. So the fact that we're seeing this now, and it's not even really, really late at night yet, where the diurnal maximum really takes place, because right now this is susceptible to diurnal changes just because it's such a weak system. And it's also got a trough angle support to its north, so which is going to help with outflow. Tells me that this has a really good contention, in my opinion, to be a hurricane.
All right. So it seems to be the consensus on and from everybody here is it's more of we're a bit split on this. Me personally, I want to wait for more data before saying this is a contender. Right now, I'm leaning towards towards this is probably going to stay outside of contending of hurricane contention unless some things go right. But for me, I'm taking kind of a middle ground on this. There's a few conditions that I think definitely could meet that status, but for right now, I want to wait for more data, which I think is a fair stance. If I had to give a chance for it, I'd say 10 to 15% personally of that, but I think we're most like there's no argument here that we're not going to see a potential named storm out of this. It seems it's just the intensity, given the close proximity to land, and given some of the potential inhibiting factors like shear, especially down the line, could cause some problems. So that's kind of where I stand on this right here. It's for me stays right outside of contention, but I do not believe for a second this will not be a named storm at some point, whether it is brief or whether it is organized. In fact, a lot of people I've talked to, even behind the scenes in Storms United, are definitely on that train as well. So that's what I'm thinking about right there. Thank you very much for your guys' inputs. That was pretty nice to do. But yeah, for those of you joining us, we are talking about 91L. Things are definitely getting pretty interesting for sure. We're seeing more convection firing off at this current point in time. Things
Hey,
are.
Cap.
Yeah, what's up?
LT is on the air too. Can we get his thoughts as well?
Oh, yeah,
Because that might add in some
LTW, you're on the air.
And welcome, LT.
Yeah, LTW, you're on the air. You're the last of our motley crew that we have assembled here tonight. What are your thoughts on Invest 91L, and what do you think we could potentially see out of this given the conditions from your perspective?
So like you said, I would expect this to be named.
Mm-hmm.
But strength and possibly even the track is a bit a question, because some of the models that you guys looked at had kind of scraping the coast of Louisiana, but other models could show it being more out to sea. We don't really know what's gonna happen with this thing. But yeah, and about the dry air, yeah, it does seem very mixable. That northern part, that northern convective part that came from Alabama and Georgia, kind of saved the system.
All
I
right.
gotta say.
All right, LT. Thank you very much. Yeah, do you have anything else you'd like to add regarding 91L?
No, that's about it. But the sea surface temperatures are, oh wow.
Yeah, those are definitely very interesting. Okay, so actually I want to check something real quickly. I want to check to see if we have anything out in regards to our stuff. Oh, we do. We have our track and our intensity guidance out for the 0Z, guys. Let me pull both of these up real quickly. Here is our track models. Definitely pretty interesting. The track models from what I've seen, the Hurricane models, the H-Wharf and the H-Mon are kind of in agreement with what we're seeing with a lot of the Euro and the AI runs with their ensembles, moving it further to the west. But the majority of them have it just hovering over the parts of the Gulf and potentially impacting the Florida Panhandle in the next 3 to 4 days. That is definitely an interesting situation from what I've seen. It seems like a lot of the ensembles and a lot of the traditional models are definitely kind of seems to be the outlier compared to a lot of these Hurricane models in terms of the track. Intensity runs, especially compared to the 18Z. You have a couple of your Hurricane outliers with the H-Mon, the H-Wharf. The Havs A is starting to pick up a little bit of strength as well. But overall, tropical storm strength is generally supported from what we've seen with the 0Z. I'm going to start off with David. You've seen some of this right here. You're taking this in. What are your initial thoughts looking at the track and the intensity guidance?
Oh boy. See, they're really split.
Yeah.
I'm looking at your live stream right now.
Yep.
They're like, we're getting tracks, some of the model tracks into central southeastern Texas, with some of the tracks that are going into Pensacola and Panama City, Florida. I mean, and there's even, look at that one track, the Havs A, even going backwards with this system.
Yeah.
So therefore, until the circulation closes off and until we get more persistent deep convection, we'll know exactly where it's headed. Also, another thing with the intensity forecast, more models are picking this up as a tropical storm in the next few days.
Yeah.
Which I do somewhat agree on. We already had a talk about there is a great deal chance here that this will become a tropical storm.
Yeah.
Now, again, there's only two models, okay? The H-Wharf and H-Mon, both indicating a hurricane. I would highly recommend not relying just on two models that are
Right.
showing a hurricane. I would like to see the consensus, more of those members going up into the Cat 1 category for this to be declared a hurricane. Definitely a tropical storm, as I said. I'm predicting a 45 to maybe 50 mile an hour tropical storm
Okay.
at the moment.
All right, David, thank you very much. Ethan, you've seen the track, you've seen the intensity. Overall thoughts? Ethan, are you there? Okay, we'll come back to... Oh, there he is.
Sorry, I was muted.
You're good, dude.
So yeah, this kind of reminds me of the situation we had last year with Hurricane Imelda with the split track, with the split ensembles. So this
Oh,
is
yeah.
interesting. The only way that this becomes a hurricane, in my opinion, and I think that's like a 10% chance, is if it continues going west. And I would say at least to Louisiana, maybe to Texas.
Okay.
Like if it turns into Florida, then there's no chance it becomes a hurricane. At
No.
that point, we would just be looking at a low to mid tropical storm. So in order for it to become a hurricane, it has to go west. And if it keeps going west, then I think it has a decent shot.
All right. Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and turn...
Pat,
Yeah, what's up?
really quickly,
Yes, sir.
I'm going to share my screen. Sorry to interrupt.
No, you're good. You're good.
Again, I'm looking at radar on the background. I just ended up wanting to click on the radar
Yep.
site out of Tampa. Okay, I think, yeah, this was from earlier this morning, actually, in Florida. Take a look at this mesovort right off the coast of Sarasota. Look at that mesovort
Yeah.
right there. Isn't that something else? And then it became a mini hurricane, believe it or not, like a small mini hurricane on Doppler radar. And that's the circulation that we're looking at right now.
Oh, yeah. I saw... Go back. I saw that just giant swing to the west after seeing that. Oh. Yeah, it hit those steering currents right there, according to what I'm seeing. Yeah, that's...
So the center is trying to form. What I'm thinking is it's trying to form right over here. I think this little low, it's already going this way, and something's. I mean, it's my eyes that are seeing this. I just have a feeling something's trying to consolidate down here. I just,
Wow.
yeah.
Yeah, that is... Yeah, I have a feeling that might be the case, too. Based on just seeing that radar alone and seeing how that's correlating with satellite imagery, just that combo right there, especially with how close it was to the coast, is just definitely tells me all I need to know. All right. So, yeah, all right. Delta, what are your thoughts on the track and intensity guidance?
Well, it would safe to say that if the NHC put a cone, it would be a giant circle at this point. Just due to the just to the sheer spread. Like
Yeah.
some models have it into Apalachicola and others take it to Corpus Christi, Texas. But yes, if it takes that Florida route, this will absolutely not be a hurricane.
Yeah.
No chance whatsoever. It might not even be a strong to mid-grade tropical storm. It'd probably just be more just a rain, less than a wind threat. If it goes west, that is a whole nother ball game, because that gives it a couple more days of ocean travel with how slow it's traveling,
Right.
and that does open the door to a potential hurricane.
Not just that, but it also moves out of that wind shear that starts to creep into Florida as well.
Can I
Yeah,
add on
sorry.
something to what Delta's saying?
Go for
Yeah,
it.
sure.
So I actually think the NHC would have a slight bias to, or not a bias, but a slight agreement towards the west for actually a few reasons.
Okay.
One, I'm noticing that more of the models that they look into are going to the west, and also when looking at the the area of interest on the NHC site itself, it has more.
Seizure
it
warning.
suggests more-
Yeah, thanks, LT.
Yep, thank you, LT. Suggests more of a westward track. When looking at, can you pull up the NHC's area for me, please?
Yeah, I got you. Yep, I see what you're talking about.
When you zoom in, it has more of a westward appearance. So I think what it's trying to do is it's going to go west northwest, apparent to what the NHC is saying.
Yeah.
And I agree because I see it's trying to go west northwest at the moment.
Yep.
If anything.
Yeah, I saw that
So
on radar
that's-
too.
That's why I think this thing has a higher chance of being a hurricane than I think you guys are realizing, just because the steering currents are pulling it to the west, and it's also got that trough support.
All right. Yeah.
So it's going to deflect it away from going to the east, I think,
All right.
because the trough axis is due north of it,
Yeah.
and the trough is going to move to the east, so it's going to have to push the low pressure to the west.
Okay. All right. I need to I'm going to refresh Dapia real quickly just to see what the latest frames.
Feasible.
Yeah. Thanks for that. Let's see what they're. Okay. This is definitely getting. I haven't refreshed this in 20 minutes. Thankfully. Thankfully. That's
warning.
yeah. Thanks,
Either
LT.
one.
That's a new record for me on stream. Normally, I'm doing this like every 5 minutes to see what the latest is. But yeah, David, you're calling it with the consolidating core right here. You're definitely starting to see a little bit more of that now than you did even 30 minutes ago. What power of minute to minute? Power of minute to minute satellite imagery. Just in the past 18 minutes since we've seen this. Yeah, we're seeing that convection just getting more and more reinforced. Also, this convection further to the west, near the Florida Panhandle, is just diving further and further to the south as well. So that's going to be
There's
interesting.
also another thing to mention too.
Go for it.
West-southwest convection that is recently blown up too.
Yep,
so it's got
that's firing
convection,
off.
and it's doing exactly what I've been also saying it's going to do. The convection around the outer edges of this storm are going to moisten up its environment, mix out that dry air, and then create a pristine environment for this system. And given the fact that there's a trough over into Georgia,
Yep.
into its direct due north, it looks like. Oh, and I'm gonna just go through these frames real quick. I'm gonna back up a few frames. Yeah, it is going west. It is going west. I think. I
Yep.
think it is going west. It's going due west. In fact, right now I'm looking at this. It actually looks like it has a just south of west track at the moment.
Yeah, I'm noticing it a little bit too. I want to see how it progresses in the next, I'd say, 20 to 30 minutes before I jump further into conclusions. But yeah.
Regardless of that, it is definitely moving west.
Yep, we saw that with the radar earlier and how that was being reflected.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think that we do have a contender for a hurricane.
All right. All right, for sure.
Pat?
Yeah, that convection is just popping up faster than we realized,
Yep.
and we're not even at D-max or diurnal maximum for everybody out there.
Yep.
And then that's just an ominous signal, in my opinion, to look at. And Ethan brought up a very good point with Hurricane Imelda.
Yep.
By the way, I'm only going to be using this as an example of track, not of strength. Hurricane Melissa also had that split in track. I remember the European had it wanting to go west, and the GFS wanted to go north and northeast. No strength talking here about Melissa, but just track. The tracks were different on that storm as well, and that's what these spaghetti plots are telling me, is that there's going to be a very huge split down the middle. I am personally leaning that this thing goes west towards Louisiana, if not maybe even Texas.
All right, Logan. Thank you very much. LT, you had something you wanted to talk about?
Yes, I actually want to share my screen if that's all right with you.
What do you got for what do you have for us?
Give me a moment. So I was just kind of looking at the radar site right here.
Okay.
And I noticed something.
All right. What do we got?
Hey, is there just me, or does there seem to be a bit of spin to this area?
Where are we looking?
Yeah.
Delta, what do you got?
Sorry.
Right here.
LTW, that David did bring that up. It looks like a mesoconvective vortex is
Yeah.
what David was talking about.
Yeah.
Adding on to that too, this whole entire thing is spinning, not just that part. The entirety of the storm is spinning, all of it.
Yeah, the thing
is
I'm
spinning.
looking at right now mostly is just how fast this is surging across the Gulf. That's the thing I'm more concerned about, because that's really going to moisten up a lot of that atmosphere. So,
Mhm.
yeah, do you have anything else you wanted to
Sorry.
look at? Oh, David, go ahead.
Yeah. So, my gosh, I'm just looking at models behind the scenes over here.
Uh-oh.
I know this is off topic, but my holy goodness. The Western Pacific and the Eastern Pacific going to just spit out, spitty spat, tropical storm after tropical storm.
Oh, geez.
Actually, there could be a few typhoons in the Western Pacific and maybe a few major hurricanes in the Eastern Pacific, believe it or not.
Yeah, that'll definitely be something we talk about at another point. But thanks for bringing that.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, but yeah, thank
but
you.
I just wanted to tell
Yeah.
people in the live stream, also in the Discord call, that man, spicy.
All right, David. Thank you very much. Man, we have crunched a lot of numbers. We've gotten a lot of information over the last hour or so. Like, we've been on stream for over almost an hour and a half at this current point. It's just been us crunching data, crunching information. Be sure to like the stream and subscribe to the channel if you are new. We have almost 150 people in the chat right now. That's a new record for the Triple P show. So like the stream, subscribe to the channel if you are new. Goal, as always, is to get more people engaged with weather. We've had a lot of fun tonight. We had some support along the way. We had a lot of good stuff happen as we were tracking this invest. So thank you very much for all the support, and just keep doing it, guys. And if you know any people, any family members, any friends that may be in the path of this, let them know, hey, Pat's streaming. He's bringing on some of his guys with him. He's brought on David Schlotthauer as well to talk about this. So
The Triple P is on the case.
yes, Triple P is on the
Also-
case. Yep.
Also, since I'm part of the show too, if you all want to also check out my channel, I know 99.8% of you from my YouTube channel are watching Pat. So
Yes.
thank you for tuning into Pat's Path Show. But for those 0.2% of the people in this live stream, please be sure to do check out my channel and
Yep.
Pat's YouTube channel and subscribe to it, because yes, I am doing a double whammy header. I mean, I'm working around the clock at doing these tropical updates on this particular system, and it's not going to end anytime soon until this puppy makes landfall somewhere in the United States.
Yes.
And of course, looking at the rest of the tropics, including the Western Pacific. If we get any more threats to Guam, I'll be sure to keep you all updated on the other side of planet Earth on that.
All right.
All right.
All right, David. Thank you very much, man. It means a lot. Your channel link is in the chat right now, so go ahead and sub to him if you
David?
haven't already. What's up, dude?
Can I ask both of you guys a question about this?
Yes, sir.
Say for the audience. I'm gonna speak on the audience behalf of this.
Mhm.
For this system, doing kind of like a merged call with two different streams for both your guys' channels simultaneously on this system, with both of us, with both you here kind of going back and forth, with us giving details, information, and updates for both you guys, and
Mhm.
also to everyone else in the chat. We are some of the best when it comes to forecast, because we make sure everybody is safe, protected, and secure from these systems.
100%.
And Pat Davis can back me up on this one. We prioritize the people, not the forecast.
100%. And given this is a huge close proximity to land right here, we felt this was the most appropriate to talk about tonight. So, all right.
Precisely. And to answer the other question, though, do you guys think you guys are going to do that, like two simultaneous streams at the same time, where we kind of help both you guys and give you guys information at the same time?
I'd be open to doing that for sure, David. If you're down to do that at some point, I'd love to do that with you. It's yeah.
The thing is, it depends on what I'm doing. It's hard to do that
Yeah.
because sometimes, like, I don't know if you all know in this call, but I have family moving into into the house
Sure.
in the next couple of weeks, so I am going to be incredibly busy, and
I see.
it's going to probably be a little harder to do
Yeah,
that.
it's
So
fine. That's
therefore,
fine.
I don't think. Yeah,
That's okay. That's
Yeah.
okay. I just figured we extend the
It's just a
invite
thought.
while we're on here. But folks, I'm looking at the satellite imagery right now. Definitely am starting to see that rotation tighten up a little bit in real time. Definitely starting to see that tighten up in real time for sure. Yeah. All right. Yeah, what do you? Yeah, if you guys are just watching it right here, I'm pointing it around this cursor right here where all the convection's blowing up. Are you guys seeing what I'm seeing?
Yes.
Yep.
Also, Pat, Trevor has just put in the chat the spaghetti plots from Hurricane Imelda that Ethan was bringing up earlier too.
Yep.
So there's that whenever you guys are ready for it.
Yeah, let's take a look at and
I would,
Hmm?
Pat. I would suggest you to probably compare and contrast them both. The current one to that one.
okay, which one do you want me? This is yeah, this was Imelda right here. Okay, this is the first. You want me to just do PTC 9 for Imelda and just compare it to
I believe, yeah, that one because I believe that's a split version of where it
All right.
happens. And then
Yeah.
compare and contrast them both.
Okay, so yeah, I'm looking at this. A lot of the hurricane runs had it out to sea. The HMON H-Wharf Havesby definitely had it having towards Georgia and the Carolinas, but sorry, I was just dealing with something real quickly, but yeah, but yeah, we had that split going on, similar to what we're seeing now. I will say though, the difference. Hold on one second. Hey, Kev, I already fed them. Yeah. So, yeah, the difference is what we had with Imelda was we had a major hurricane Humberto that was out to sea. Originally, what we were thinking was going to happen with that was you had a situation where we thought what would be Imelda would intensify at a faster rate than Humberto, according to some models. That ended up not being the case. Humberto rapidly intensified to a Category 5 hurricane, and that's why it got yanked out to sea. It was kind of that split in the models that was kind of forecasting it. It was kind of forecasting both of them simultaneously. The difference is this time we're not seeing a Humberto type situation. This is more so this is more so a situation where let me just do this real quickly. This is more of a situation where you have where it just depends on, I'd say, the steering currents compared to another giant synoptic tropical cyclone moving through and yanking it out to sea. That's just kind of my take on this right here. What are your guys' thoughts?
Yeah, potential Imelda was a fun one to forecast because Humberto being the wild card
Yeah.
in that instant.
Oh, yeah.
Because
Yeah.
it was getting
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, LT.
it was getting close enough that you would that it was initiating a Fujiwara effect with itself, and those are always extremely hard to forecast and track.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. That's for sure. But
This
yeah.
also reminds me of 2023. There was 2 storms. I don't remember which ones they were. One became a hurricane because of the Fujiwara effect, actually.
I'm trying to think.
I don't remember which one it was. It was around the time of Lee, but wasn't Lee, obviously, because that was its own
No.
separate scandal.
Yeah.
I don't remember what it was. I'd have to look at it real
Margot?
quick. But no, not Margot. That was up to the north by itself. I'm gonna look at the NHC tracks real quick. So I'm just gonna kind of be here as I look at this.
Yeah.
Let's see. Just a second. I'm gonna look at 2023.
Okay. All right.
Might have been. Let's see. My thought process goes to might have been Nigel and Ophelia. I might be wrong on that. I gotta look, but I do remember there being a Fujiwara effect around the time of Lee, which would make sense to be Nigel and Ophelia, possibly, because one of them wasn't supposed to be a hurricane, the other one was, but then the other one became a hurricane, and the other one failed to be a hurricane because of the Fujiwara effect.
Yeah. All right.
Mhm.
I'm on Weather Nerds right now. What I'm checking out real quickly is I'm seeing what the difference between the 0Z, 6Z, 12Z, and 18Z was throughout the time that we had. So here's what we had with the 0Z for the GFS ensembles. You had more of a scattered plots, half of them a lot weaker heading towards Florida, while the more powerful ones were heading towards Louisiana and other parts of the Gulf Coast. 0Z, you did have a bit of a signal, but it wasn't as strong as what we've seen over the last, I'd say, few hours. Here's what we had at the 6Z. Let me pull this up real quickly. 6Z, yeah, you definitely had more of a signal, a little bit less of a split. You had it generally moving more to the west, but remaining relatively weak. Right here, and then we went to the 12Z. Let's pull that up real quickly. This is the GFS. I'm also going to run the Euro ensemble with this as well. Same with the Euro AI. 12Z remains relatively weak with the GFS. Imagine this, guys, the GFS being conservative for once, but mainly kind of keeping it further to the west, although still that split is there. Then the 18Z, which what I was just looking at right here. This was the major upswing right here for a few areas. Well, it wasn't that big of an upswing, actually. That was the Euro, but definitely a kind of keeping it around the Mississippi River Delta and in the Gulf Coast from the 18Z. That's what we had with the GFS. Imagine the GFS being conservative for once. That's a new one. But ultimately, that's what we had. Let's look at the Euro ensemble real quickly. Switch it back to the 0Z. We're going to stop that. Okay, we're going to do that. The Euro has been the more aggressive of the models from this. So you have this situation, Euro at 0Z, the power numbers were there, kind of unrealistic for it to impact the Florida Panhandle at that strength, but you had that outlier of models moving further to the west, while the majority of them kept them around the Florida Panhandle or Big Bend region. What were we at 6Z? Let's take a quick gander at that. 6Z kind of remained a little bit weaker on the side right there. Then again, you didn't really have that much of an observation right there. You didn't have as many surface obs to deal with, so that was part of it. But the 12Z, looking at that, let's take a quick gander at that for you, ladies and gentlemen. Holy upswing from the ensembles.
Oh wow.
Yeah. And it did a little bit of a loop-de-loop first as it stayed out to sea for the next 24 hours, and then it hung over to this part and started moving further to the west, actually. This was the first time we started seeing the European shifting this far to the west towards Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama. Majority of them had them staying around Florida, but this is the first time you saw a big swing like this take place, and this is in the span of 3 model runs that we've ran from the European, and this is the 18Z right here. And the 18Z is a bit scattered, but it's also more so doubling down on that western shift. Look at how concentrated a lot of this is. It's split into 2 groups, but a lot of the ensembles later down the line shift much further to the west as those steering currents start to pick up over there. So
Dang.
yeah,
Those members are really, really strong. Are those reds and pinks?
yes, this is the 12 and the 18Z, and especially has really ramped up the power numbers with this. Instead of maybe seeing a 10 home run season, we're now seeing potentially a 30 home run season with this. That's the kind of power increase we've seen with it.
Could you zoom into like that area?
Yeah, let me get a better. Let me zoom out first and then zoom
Hey, Pat, sorry to interrupt.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
going to be headed out for a while. I'm going to go to Papa Murphy's and get buy a pizza. But if you're still on when I get back,
all right, dude,
I
that's
will
fine.
come.
Do what you need to
I'm
do.
going to be muted. I'm going to be muted though.
All right, that's fine. All right, David, thank you very much. But yeah, let me go ahead and zoom in on this real quickly if it'll let me. Let's see. Okay, back to zoom mode. We're gonna zoom it we're gonna zoom in, do this. Yeah, we got this for you. Is this a better look for you guys?
Could you potentially
It's
zoom in
about
a
this-
little bit
yeah.
closer
Zoom
to
in a bit.
Louisiana?
Yeah.
All right.
Also, Pat, another thing too. Could you look at the on this too at some point? Could you look at the model fields into the winds? I'm looking at it right now, and I'm seeing what seems to be that this system is trapped between two areas of high pressure,
Yeah.
with a small area of high pressure building between the three of them at the upper levels, evident by the 850 to 200 millibar steering currents. And given that the trough is moving east,
Do you?
that's going to push both your areas of high pressure to the west. So I think that's why there's that westerly motion at such an extremely slow rate, because there's a trough that actually it doesn't go all the way down to Georgia. It goes down to Nashville, or about Nashville or so, into North Carolina at the lowest latitude. You got high pressure well to the east southeast of South Carolina, about due east of Lake Okeechobee, I'd say.
Yeah.
You also have high pressure just off the coast of Houston, Texas, and off the coast of Louisiana.
Do you have a graphic you
And-
can that you'd like to show us?
It's on my computer.
All right.
but
I'm trying to find it.
Yeah, I'm on the GFS 850 to 250 millibar steering on this. So
Okay.
go
So
back to-
is this
go
on
back
the
to Weather
hurricane
Nerds.
runs or?
Nope, go back to Weather Nerds.
Okay, weather nerds. All right. What? Do we, okay, this is the 18Z
switch to the-
GFS.
Switch to the GFS,
Okay.
not ensemble. Regular
The
GFS.
regular stuff. Okay, that's
Yep, GFS dissolver.
all
over
right.
there. Yep, and then go to the model fields
Model feet. All right.
on the side. On the side,
Oh, model field. Oh, I got it.
winds and waves.
Winds and
Up.
Oh, all right.
Right
And-
there. 850 to 200 millibars.
There we go.
That is what I'm looking at.
Okay. Show
We
me
are
what.
caught between two- Yeah. Do you see how we're kind of caught between two areas of high pressure?
Yeah, that's why
With the,
we're.
trough
Yeah,
moving
that's
to the
why
east?
a lot of the models are shifting it further to the west.
Yep.
Just so you know, that's
Mhm.
also what's causing our severe weather too.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Two high pressures
Yeah.
are going to cause this severe weather.
Yep. Ladies and gentlemen,
And then that high pressure goes north, and then it causes a steering current that goes to the west. That is
Yeah.
actually, I'd actually dare I say it, extremely bad.
ladies and gentlemen, this is why we are. The NHC is kind of leaning towards this shifting further and further to the west, and why the Euro and a lot of the other ensembles are shifting this further to the west. Because you have a giant high pressure system starting to build up, and it's going to bring those steering currents and shift them towards the west, towards maybe Louisiana, and dare I say it, eastern Texas at the very least. What I will
actually
tell
got
you
very-
is Florida is not off the table just yet, in my opinion.
Mhm.
There's still way too much uncertainty for me to say Florida's not going to get hit. But what I will tell you is that every time I've seen these models, they have shifted further and further and further away from Florida, and further and further, and or not further, but rather closer and closer towards at least Louisiana and Mississippi. That's what I'm seeing, based off of what I've looked at today and tonight. What were you going to say, Logan?
Another two things.
Yeah.
One, look at the European that has on the Weather Nerds. Just go back to GFS on Weather Nerds and just switch it to the European
Yeah,
on the full.
I got
Has
you.
much more of a detailed wind map from what I'm seeing.
Yep,
Go back to the initialization of it.
the initialization. I got you.
Mhm.
Okay. This is taking too long. I'll just do that.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
was about to say you can just do that.
Okay.
You can kind of see the currents more clearly.
Yeah.
And what I'm seeing here is that northerly wind that's coming from the high pressure
Yep.
into Florida is going to push this away from Florida. And the fact that the trough is moving to the east and you got a ridge building
Yeah.
tells me that high pressure is going to move to the northwest.
Oh yeah. Look at
and
that
fill in
ridge,
that
guys.
gap.
Yeah, that's gonna
that's
cause
gonna
also
fill
a
in the
heat
gap.
wave too.
Yep, that's going to fill in a gap, and that's just going to create a pocket for your storm to eventually move west. And the HMON actually might be onto something.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. I'm seeing there's 2 high pressure systems you're talking about. There's one off the Bahamas and one in Colorado.
Uh-huh. Yep, I see what you're saying there. Yep. And you can definitely see something because there is a that looks kind of like a trough that's tilted, which is a sign of lower pressure. And if you look back at the initialization again real quick for me, Pat, I know we're going back and forth here.
Yep.
Go back to the initialization, please.
Yep.
If you look over that system, you notice how you got a bunch of high pressure in that little kink of high pressure?
Yeah.
That is bad. That tells me extreme divergence. The GFS showed this too,
Mm-hmm.
which tells me that this thing, it's only a matter of time. If I'm honest with
Absolutely.
you, it's only a matter of time. I think that I'm gonna increase my chances to 30% for a hurricane.
Yeah, I'm not going to jump to conclusions based on this so far, but I definitely am looking at this pattern. I think it missed its shot to move to head east at this current point.
Yep,
It's
it did.
Yeah, it's definitely missed its shot for right
Mhm.
now. Now, I can't sit here and say Florida Panhandle, you're in the clear because there's too much data that we need to go over and we need to wait and see how it's going to evolve. I can't just do that because of the modeling right there. But what I can say is if you are tuning in from Louisiana, especially around the New Orleans area, especially in the Mississippi River Delta, you're going to want to pay closer attention to this because every single model I have seen has been carrying this further and further and further to the west. And
Yeah. Hey, Pat.
yeah, what's up?
Delta actually put in an image from the 18Z Euro. That kind of backs up your point. You're going to want to show this to the audience.
Yep, I was
But
showing
I'm
that earlier,
seeing-
but yeah. This is
he's got a zoomed in image. You
Yep.
got a 963 millibar system just off the coast of New Orleans.
yeah, the power numbers have
978
exploded with
millibars going
this.
straight for New Orleans, and 977 millibars going straight for Louisiana.
Yeah. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say that this is gospel. We have a lot of data that we need to figure out. Matter of fact, is the 18Z Euro out on Tropical Tidbits yet? So I can see if the operational is starting to head over there. Because
Okay.
yeah, let me check real quickly on that because I am interested.
I just looked at possible plans for Recon to go out there.
Yep.
Looks like tomorrow and I believe the 20th. They are planning on going out there tomorrow?
Yeah,
Yeah.
NHC advisors say that they plan on going out if needed on recon tomorrow.
Okay, I'm looking at the 18Z Euro. Let's see. Let me see this. It's still relatively weak compared to on the operational, but let's see what it was. Okay. All right, but yeah, the 18Z Euro's operational. I'm not looking at the intensity, but the track has shifted further to the west on the 18Z Euro. So that is interesting. It's the thing I'm trying to figure out is this disconnect with the ensembles and the operational in terms of the intensity. That is something that's kind of been bugging me over the last couple of days. Normally, the ensemble starts screaming and the operational start catching up, but the ensembles are screaming like I have not seen this entire hurricane season in the Atlantic. Operationals, with the exception of the AI runs, they're starting to catch up a little bit, but I'm guessing it just needs more time for things to consolidate. So, yeah.
Another thing,
What's up?
the operationals might be struggling to even initialize because they don't see the proper environment. So they're probably thinking, oh, it might not form anything because they're looking at now instead of going forward.
Mhm.
And this brings about what's called chaos theory, where one simple
Oh, geez.
mistake or one simple change, as you go on, that change snowballs. Think of it like your snowball that's coming down a
Yep.
mountain.
Yep.
Starts off as a tiny pebble that can turn into an avalanche.
Yeah, that's
chaos.
that's your chaos theory right there. I don't like using the word chaos with weather unless I absolutely have to, but yeah, I'm looking at this.
Theory's kind of-
Yeah.
I mean, that theory is a bit more than just weather,
Mhm.
but I would maybe call it the snowball effect
The snowball, yeah, that's a better term for it because
or the avalanche
yeah,
effect.
for those of you who are veterans of Pat's Path Predictor, Delta knows this. Delta definitely, you know this too. But small little details in convection, especially with what we're seeing right now, can mean big implications in the hours and the days coming ahead. You remember how I was talking about that and all that?
Absolutely.
Yep. So that's kind of the way I phrase my stuff. Yeah, a lot. This invest is mixing more and more of this dry air out. I'm looking at this pretty interestingly. I'm looking at this pretty intently. Yeah, it's mixing more of this dry air out, and it's helping that the system, that this huge burst of convection is just surging to the south right here to help with that. Yeah, whatever it did in Florida did a good job of starting to create that shield, and that dry air, it's still kind of starting to creep in there. It's starting to get choked out a little bit by this convection. So
Pat, we have the F.
oh, this is the Google DeepMind. Yep.
Has uptrended.
All right, I'm gonna pull these up for the
That's
audience,
the 12Z models.
and that's the 18.
That's the 18. There's also a few more power members in there.
Yeah, it looks to me, yeah, and it also dramatic shift to the west too. Like, look at this. This is majority of them were kind of hugging around Florida. 18Z they're now heading towards Mississippi and Louisiana. Yeah, that's I think that is why the NHC is going the way it's going, and that's why I think they put that area under the area of interest. That is interesting to say the very least. So, once again, if you're tuning in from the Mississippi River Delta, you're going to want to pay much closer attention to this than you probably would want to. Okay. Yeah, by the way, we have a lot more people in the stream right now. Be sure to like and subscribe if you are new. Someone in the chat's asking New Orleans tropical storm or hurricane. Too early to determine, but right now I'd say tropical storm, unless things start dramatically changing in the next couple of hours. So, yeah, by the way, John reached out to us. Apparently, our stream is on YouTube featured. So, clap that up for right now. So, YouTube's apparently featuring us, according to what John has told me behind the scenes. So, shout out to that. Thank you very much for those who have tuned in. But anyway, yeah, this is concerning.
Everyone's also on the stream too. Don't be afraid to check out Storms United on Discord.
Yep, join
and
the Storms United Discord server.
Instagram.
Link to that's in the end screen, not the end screen,
And
but in the chat.
Yep.
But yeah, go ahead and join that. There's a few questions you can definitely answer once you get there. Like, it's the basic: are you 13 plus and all of that? Like, have you read the rules? And then we'll go ahead and let you in. So yeah, Ethan's gone, by the way, from the stream right now. So that's that. But
And don't forget Instagram too. We have
Yeah.
Storms United Instagram
yep.
now, and we are working on Storms X United and a few other platforms that
Yeah.
will be launching here in the next week.
I might create that one just so
All right.
for the
Oh,
sake of it.
yeah.
All right.
Almost
Oh,
there. but
sorry.
yeah, we
Seizure
should.
warning to those prone to flashing lights.
Seizure warning.
Yep.
My bad.
Thank you, LT. Thank you, LT.
All right. But cool. Okay. All right. Okay. Awesome Gaming TV HD with the $5. I'll say Pensacola to New Orleans will watch out. Thank you for the donation. It really means a lot. Any support to any support to the stream and to the channel is much appreciated. So be sure to like and subscribe as well. At Pat's Path Predictor, what's the odds of this hitting Houston? Houston, for right now, I would say it's not particularly high as of right now. For what I will say,
15%, maybe.
I'd say more like 10%. I'd say for right now, more so the target's going to be Louisiana than Texas right now. So unless we see this system just continue to yank, just due west and develop like that, and the steering currents keep building up at a ridiculous level. For right now, I think Louisiana's the main target, but given the observations for tonight, I cannot rule out Texas. So,
And
yeah.
Pat,
Yes, sir.
I am noticing even more convective blow up at the center of this storm.
Yep.
Not only is there convection on the immediate area where the low pressure would be forming, but to the southwest, you can see even more, and it looks like the areas of convection that are on the northwest and west-southwest are about to become connected to this
Yep.
storm.
I'm noticing
And
that.
that's about to feed this storm a lot of inflow, a lot of moisture. It's about to help it close off. And honestly, that's probably going to get this thing kickstarted.
Yeah, I definitely am noticing that for sure. Yeah, another burst of convection I'm watching as well, further to the west too. So I think in the next hour, a lot of these are going to attach, and it's just going to start that snowball effect we just talked about, Logan.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I prefer the name avalanche. It makes more sense to the
Yeah,
audience,
for sure.
avalanche.
yeah,
One simple stone can cause an avalanche of a mountain.
yep.
But
Yeah.
yeah.
Hold on one second. We got another donation. ATL Florida girl with 9634 with a $5 donation. Just make sure you have plenty of water, canned goods, charcoal, medications, and don't leave your pets. Amen to that. Thank you very much for the $5 donation. All support to the channel is much appreciated. But who
Let's keep
wanted
that
to?
donation train going.
Yeah, who wanted to? Yeah, who wanted to? Who wanted to speak?
Thought LT.
LT, go ahead.
I was finishing.
You could go. You could go.
Yeah, I was finishing something then LT. All right.
All right.
Yeah. I think if this convection can basically merge into this system per se, and kind of help, because there's a extreme area of outflow too, so it's all gonna cause basically cause an effect. The more the divergence, the more the surface confluence or area of low pressure that's going to form. So that divergence is going to support an area of low pressure to form, just given the nature of dynamics and all that. So that, on top of the fact that this thing is almost completely closed off dry air, basically tells me that what I said is coming true. And yes, to the audience, let's keep the donation train going. If we can get enough donations, maybe we can make Pat blush.
Yeah, thanks, Logan. I got someone. Hurricane Andrew in chat has said, did a little quote of mine from last year. When they connect, they go a long way. Pat, when he was covering Melissa when it was a TS. Well, I was mainly referring to last year's hurricane season with that, because we either had tropical storms or Category 5 hurricanes. There was no in between with that.
Yeah.
But
for the most part.
For the most part, yeah. But I would say in this instance right here, Hurricane Andrew, when this connects, it's going to go a long way. And yeah, that's what I'll say for that. But anyway, LTW, please go ahead and give your thoughts.
Yes. So I know this is moving slow, which is good and bad for the storm.
Yeah.
Can you pull up the OHC
Yes, sir.
for me?
I got you.
So where is the storm currently over?
Let me see. If
Would
we
you
count
say?
this as the center, it's about, I'd say, 27 to 28 north, about 85 west. So roughly about here in this, where my cursor is, about, yeah, in this greenish, yellowish
It can't
area.
just keep sitting there. It
Mhm.
can't just keep sitting there. If it just keeps sitting there, it will still intensify, but it would also upwell.
Yeah,
The storm needs to move a certain direction. It could move slow, but not like too slow.
right.
If it moves south, that'll be really bad.
Yep.
It gotta move though, if it wants to even have a chance to become named.
Mm-hmm.
Can I
That's
tack
all I'm
onto
gonna
that?
say.
Oh, yeah, let LT, are you finished with your point?
You go.
Go ahead, Trevor.
Oh, that was me.
Oh, that was you, Logan? Sorry.
That was log.
Yeah,
Sorry, my
that was
bad.
me. Yep. The upwelling isn't probably going to matter at all for this system, if I'm honest with you, because the ocean heat content is just that adverse, where basically your system just is going to upwell more and more water.
Joring.
Yep.
Yep. Thank you. And by the way, it is centered over the warmest areas of the loop current. It
I
is
would-
not near
yeah.
it.
Sorry,
It's centered over it.
Go ahead. Yeah, sorry.
Mhm.
Yeah, sorry. I would
And,
argue that it would, the OHC wouldn't matter. I'm in general agreement, but not for the reason you would think. I think because it's still an invest. Like, if this was like a if this was like a tropical storm or a developing hurricane and it was sitting over this OHC, it would be a situation. It would be a situation where the OHC would matter, but because this is just an investment, it's still trying to get its act together. I don't think it's going to matter as much, at least initially. Now, if it stayed over there for 48 hours after development, that would be a problem for it. But for right now, I don't see it as too big of a factor. But LT, I definitely am seeing where you're coming from with that.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of hinting at. Like if this were to like
Sure.
not really move that much,
Yeah,
it
it's
could really
understandable.
alarm the system.
But yeah, thank you, LT. I do appreciate that input, though. It means a lot, and you're definitely onto something with that. I just look at it, I'm thinking, at least for right now, I don't see it as too big of a factor, but down the line, it definitely could, and it's something I think all of us, as well as everyone in the audience, should definitely consider too. So thank you very much for that. All right, so let's go ahead and, because we have our satellite imagery, one thing, yeah, we have our ocean heat content as well. We've talked about that. We've been live for 2 hours now, which is crazy for right now. So yeah, the fact that we're getting this much support into the stream. Dr. Checkmate 64, welcome to being a weather enthusiast. We have a new member for the channel as well. Let's clap that up right there. Thank you very much. Yeah, it means a lot that you're doing that. So, all right, let's look big picture now. Let's look at I want to look at some other conditions as well to kind of talk about that. I know, was it Logan or LTW and Trevor that wanted to talk about water temperatures in association with this, just to kind of get the conversation going and
It
get
was
the
me
ball
and
rolling.
Trevor.
All right,
Yeah.
Logan.
Yeah, it was me and Logan.
All right, you guys.
All right.
So let's go ahead and pivot to
So-
water temperatures. Like, do you guys want to talk about what's going on in the Gulf, or like how do you guys want to do this?
First pull up Climate Reanalyzer for me.
Yes, sir.
Alrighty. Go back to that map animation I showed you earlier.
I'm on it right here. This is the image slider right here. This is
Yep,
the
start with
anomalies.
July 1st.
Yep. This is the anomalies
So
for
you-
those who are wondering
yep.
what's going on.
Mhm.
All right, go ahead.
So if you start with July 1st, you
Yep.
see how the waters are nice and warm,
Uh-oh, hold up,
but
guys.
not the most extreme.
Yeah.
And then you go to July 17th now, or 16th. Not
July
sure
17th.
if the 17th is up on there.
Yep.
The 17th is on there.
Yep.
When you look at that, that is an extreme marine heat wave. Basically, it's basically like a heat wave that you experience on your day to day, but
Yeah.
under the water.
All right.
Basically, this is a sign of lots of downwelling,
Mm-hmm.
which tells me that trade winds have decreased significantly over the Atlantic,
All right.
and conditions are expected to be much more favorable going forward, because this level of warming that you see here, I've only ever seen really once before, and that was into the late winter into early spring of 23. Basically, you saw a really, really anomalous warming, and basically that's what you're seeing here now. Because can you show them March 1st of this year, please?
Let's see. Let's pull up March. Yeah, this is March. This is the anomalies just for context right here.
Mhm.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So you can see how let's see, where are we at? Yeah, go back. Yeah, March 1st. That is 2026.
Yep.
You can kind of see how the waters aren't too impressive on the in the MDR. Now,
right.
can you show them April of this year too?
There you go.
You can really see how the Atlantic was looking to be very poor, because this is the opposite of what you want. Because this is actually something that David, I'm not sure if he can hear us or not.
He's
but-
out right now.
I know he's out, but he's still on here muted.
Sure.
This is something that he would always say, and I learned this from him. Basically, is a horseshoe effect, where you look at the waters from the Northeast Atlantic down into the MDR into the Gulf,
Mhm.
and compare that with the subtropics.
Yeah.
Basically, that is a very bad horseshoe effect, which actually led me to a very doubtful season forecast, just because that just gives me the sign that the waters are cooler than average across the majority of the Atlantic.
Okay.
However, with most recent frames in the most recent month or so going forward, you can just see the waters that just really warmed. Now, can you show them January 1st of 2023?
Okay, all right. January 2023. Oh, similar situation.
Yes, you start out with that, and then now go to March.
There you go.
You can see, and now can you slide the dates through March?
That's
for me?
fine, but could you explain to the audience why we're going back to 2023? I'm sure a lot of them are wondering, what the
yes.
hell are you doing?
About to do so.
Go ahead.
Basically, when you look at this, and then you compare that, go back to July 1st, 2026 for me.
Yep.
Basically, what you're seeing here is very similar, and I mean very similar warming
Yeah,
than what you saw in 2023. But
and that was
in the
also an
middle,
El Nino year, by the way. That's also a connection to it too.
Yes, a very strong El Nino at that. The strongest anomalies seem to have reached were positive 2.06 degrees Celsius on a 3-month average,
Yeah,
which is considered a super El Nino.
right.
But you can see here, you notice how the Northeast Atlantic down into the very far eastern MDR have really significantly warmed up.
Yes.
That is the exact same thing 2023 did as well.
All right.
And basically, that just tells me that the signal for extreme warmth in the Atlantic is going to continue if it's warming from that direction. We had something minor of warming happen last year and this year where it started in the subtropics,
Yeah.
which is not the greatest because normally they don't go into the Northeast Atlantic and then go into the south into the MDR. However,
Mhm.
this year is something new and unexpected, but similar to 2023 in the fact that you're seeing waters start in the subtropics, and then you got large influential factors from heat wave in Europe that
Yeah.
recently occurred that has been ongoing for weeks. That has also led to your extreme warmth in the Northeast Atlantic, which is helping to kickstart extreme marine heat waves because the waters are so warm because they're going to warm up if your atmosphere is very hot
Yeah.
and very
All right.
extremely. And so with that, it tells me that 2026 could try and do something very similar. Not the same. Of course, I'm not saying this is going to be a 2023 like season.
No.
But very similar in terms of a setup. But and then something scary that Delta actually mentioned was that if this season the waters warm up, but the waters don't take advantage, or the storms don't take advantage,
Yeah.
that could actually cause trouble for next year.
Yep.
So that is something I wanted to bring
Season
up.
one,
And Trevor,
season
you want to?
one.
Yep,
Thanks,
thank you,
LT.
LT. And Trevor, can you continue this on for me?
Yeah. Go
So
ahead.
basically, what Logan is basically saying is, if the Atlantic continues this, and if it continues, we'll probably have something worse in 27. But not only that, but
Hold
if
on
the
one
Atlantic takes
second.
advantage of the El Nino in
Season one.
obviously El Nino is not going to peak until
Hey, Trevor, I'm sorry to
November.
cut you off, but I'm looking at satellite right now in regards to 91L. I'll let you get back to it in a second, but I said the next hour. Looks like it's happening in the next 10 minutes. Right here. I'm sorry to cut
wow.
you guys off, but
That is
Yeah.
a very bad scenario.
well, you know what they say. When they connect, they go a long way. It
And
looks like it's
and look
about to
the
go a
north,
long way right tonight.
look
So,
to the north.
Connections get you
There's
far and
more.
wide.
yep. All right, Trevor, I'm sorry to cut you off. I know you were talking about 2027. Go ahead and please continue. I'm just going to be looking at some analysis while you do so.
Basically, basically, so the El Nino we have into into November this year until it peaks.
Mhm.
Obviously, the Atlantic is going to take advantage of this and probably going to take advantage of it for the next couple months.
Yeah.
Basically, the peak months that we can have this at for if we want more storms is around, I want to say, beginning of August all the way to probably the beginning of either the end or beginning of October.
Okay.
Because that is when we can experience this.
I got some breaking news for everybody.
Yes, sir.
It looks like we have Tropical Depression 6 in the East Pacific.
All right, That's
Oh.
that is some news right there.
Iconic WX is suggesting Tropical Depression 6. The marker is not correct on the map,
Mhm.
but we have Tropical Depression 6 in the East Pacific.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. Well, but
course.
yeah. But yeah.
So obviously,
go ahead, Trevor.
We're gonna have a very active, if it does, like 2023. But we're probably not gonna have similarities like that. But
Mhm.
obviously, if your forecast is a little bit off and you're seeing this now, probably a good idea to start changing it now, because I have stayed the same where I'm at right now, but a bunch of other people have not done that. So that would be a good time to probably change your forecast to maybe a little bit more better, to maybe like double digit storms.
For
I agree
2026.
with Trevor.
Yes, for 26.
I agree with Trevor right on this one. I wouldn't say automatically increase to double digits. I'd say uptick your forecast a bit.
Yeah, I would.
that's
Yeah,
just
let's not.
personally leaning
Yeah, let's not
towards.
jump the gun too much, guys. But go ahead, please continue.
Yes, why it's only a lean, but yes, continue, Trevor.
That's all I got for this.
All right, thank you very much. Oh,
Yeah,
Oh, also,
and
yeah.
yeah, just to quickly finish up on that forecast point.
Yep.
Basically, long story short, for the sea surface temperatures, we do not know for sure what's going to happen. The fact that we're seeing a heat wave in the Atlantic in the waters at this point in the year has never been seen before to this degree. 2023 had it happen in the spring. We don't know what it's going to do because it's happening in the summer. We do
Yeah.
not know what's going to happen. Also, I'm looking at this, and officially, it's not very defined yet, but that large convection to the northwest is connected now officially to the center of the storm.
Yeah, I'm
And
looking at it.
And all the blogs are almost.
Yep, it's getting
are just up.
Yeah, that's what I was concerned about. This huge burst just rushing down on the Gulf right here, potentially heading there. Also, there's some areas of convection firing off. Are you seeing this? Like, you're starting to see that burst up. We're seeing a minus 80 cloud top out of that too, in an isolated
Yeah.
spot with that last frame. Let's see if I
Yeah,
can.
can you go on this iconic WX for me? You
Yep.
can see this better on that
All right.
specific one. Can you go back to infrared
Yes, sir. Let's see, infrared. Okay, this satellite right. Okay, I'll just
and
do
pause
this.
it on the latest frame? So don't start the loop. Just
Oh,
go
that's
over
97,
to that or Tropical Depression 6. If you look really, really closely, right, just a little bit to the south of where your cursor is,
Yep.
a little bit to the west.
Yeah. This
Right in there, it is connected, and then go south
to right here.
a little bit further. Little further. It is connected.
Well, technically, yes. I want to.
We're playing the LT game.
Yeah. Okay.
It is all just about connected.
It's
Albeit
getting
poorly-
close. It's getting
albeit
closer
poorly,
than it
it is
hasn't
still
already.
technically connected by cloud tops.
You know what they well,
Convection, quite, but cloud tops or clouds, yes. Cloud tops, no. I should rephrase.
well, we're also noticing a couple spots. Are you? If not, I'm not sure if you guys see this, but watch these two small areas right here. That's your next burst that's starting to fire off right here. Seeing a couple of those in the last couple of minutes. Watch those two right there. If those start going off, it's gonna be things are gonna get more interesting. What's up?
I agree with that.
Mhm.
And then also, I see that we got more convection to the northwest, which will probably help cement the fact that this is closing off the dry air from intruding
Yeah.
a bit. And this is very much as you've always been saying, and as we've always been stressing to everybody, mixable dry air.
This
Just
tonight
because
is
there
the
is dry
definition
air-
of that.
Just because there's dry air does not mean it's going to completely rule out the storm. Can you go back to water vapor on cyclonic for me?
Yes, sir.
All right, just have the latest frame, but just leave it on water vapor for a minute.
Yep.
You can see here the channel of extremely dry air, anything in brown, because anything in white and
And
Cooler
green. Yeah.
blue, cooler, green, and blue are cooler colors.
Mhm.
That dry air is almost completely shut off. It's just about shut off on the northwest, and just about almost completely closed off in the northeast.
Yeah.
That is an extremely bad situation. and I mean extremely bad. And the fact that this thing has an extreme outflow to it tells me it's going to have more of an inflow, and more convection is going to occur, and it's going to increase, and basically tells me that this is a very bad sign to look at.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, we have almost 200 people in the stream right now. Be sure to like the stream, subscribe to the channel if you are new. The goal, as always, is to get more people engaged with weather. Also, join the Storms United Discord server. The link to that is in the pinned chat. There's a few questions you'll have to answer when you get in. It's basic questions of are you going to read? Have you read the rules and all that kind of stuff? So be sure to join the Storms United Discord server. Link to that is in the pinned chat below. But thank you very much, Logan, for that. I was looking at Dappia.
I got one more thing to add to
Yes,
it.
sir.
Something else that I want to mention to this too. Trevor did put a surface analysis map on there. Basically, what I'm seeing here is there is a partially broken off. I'm not sure what that is. Trevor might be better at explaining it, or you.
Where are we
'cause I don't
looking at?
look the circles. I'm looking at a surface analysis map that.
Yeah, but
Trevor
where
had
are we
put
talking?
I'm looking at the Gulf at the moment.
Okay.
I see area that is basically there is a low that is marked on top of a high that is also marked. Trevor, would you care to explain this? Because you're the one who put this in the chat and told me to mention Pat for this.
Yep.
So would you care to explain, Trevor?
Yeah, hold on a sec. I gotta pull your screen.
Yeah, I got it pulled
So
up.
basically, there's basically two high pressures surrounding this. One to 1,024 and another one of 1,021. Surrounded by the low pressure of what is its pressure right now of 1,013.
Mm-hmm.
So the low right there, that is our current invest.
Right.
The high pressure is just off the coast of Texas, I think it is.
The high
It's either Texas or Louisiana.
looks like Louisiana.
And then the other high pressure, I believe, might be our Bermuda high, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So apparently what's going to happen is our low right there is going to eventually get attached to a trough. And this is kind of why we've been looking at this recently. And if WPC also shows this too, how this thing is expected to probably go up a little bit and then eventually disappear.
Yeah.
So once it gets attached to this trough, which I believe it's supposed to be either today or tomorrow, I don't know the exact day. I gotta look.
Yep.
But the second it gets attached to that trough, it will do something.
All right.
Can I add on to that?
Yes, go ahead.
I would say, considering that we're seeing an area of convection that is merging into the system right now, I think that is exactly what Trevor is talking about, and I think that it is merging into some sort of trough right now for energy. I'm currently looking to see if we have any ASCAP passes or microwave. I'm not seeing any signs of microwave, but
Hey,
let's see.
hey, hold up. I'm spotting multiple areas of convection that are about to burst right now. 1,
Yep, I
2,
see a lot of
3,
them.
4, 5, 6, 7, maybe 8. This is this is deep. This isn't like the regular stuff we saw earlier. This is actually deep convection that's starting to burst out right now. So
Yes.
like that is something you're going to want to pay attention to. Before you were looking at this is kind of your starter stuff right here. This is your deep convection that's starting to blow up right now across much of these areas right here. So you're going to want to watch this. Depending on how tonight goes, will be very critical for what happens tomorrow. The thing is that I don't think we've talked about too much yet is if this is going to hold or not. Because sometimes with tropical convection, it bursts into well into the night, but when the sun comes up, it starts to retract and retreat, and it doesn't show up as cold convection anymore, and it starts to kind of look a little bit less fantastic on satellite. The main question we have is, can this convection sustain itself once it develops after the sun rises? That's the main thing we need to watch out for tonight too, because if this is a situation where the convection starts going up and it starts exploding and it continues to explode throughout the day tomorrow, that's when you have your potential tropical development going on underneath it. If it's not, then we're gonna need a little bit more time to organize. But based on what I'm seeing tonight, with our first big, deep bursts of convection, this system is on the right track for tropical development.
Anyways, back to what I was just referencing.
Go ahead.
I'm not seeing any signs of ASCAT or microwave passes. Radar does indicate spinning, as I'm seeing it trying to rotate around itself.
All right.
Currently, I am wanting to see. I actually have something I want to look at here. I remember this because this is The Sims. Not Sims the game, by the way. So little haha there.
Yeah.
This is where I find my advanced Dvorax.
Mm-hmm.
But basically, I'm gonna return. I'm gonna look at the demint and I'm gonna look at the deprint.
Okay.
Basically, I'm gonna see the conditions and see what we're looking at here, because this will for the meantime give me an exact idea of what's going on.
Yeah.
Currently, at the moment, I'm seeing about 5 knots of shear. 5 to 10 knots. Thank you, LT. I want to look at mid shear actually. Yeah, mid-level shear is less than 5 knots.
Less than 5
So
knots.
Yep, in the mid-levels, that is less than 5 knots. Convergence is neutral. It's your normal convergence. It is entering an area of divergence, according to what I'm seeing here. Vorticity is really good on this. I'm seeing signs of 50 units of vorticity
Mm-hmm.
at the moment. Let's see. Do you know what a DLM is?
DLM. It sounds familiar. Trying to think of what it is. Could you show me what you're looking at?
I'm on Sims. I am on my computer looking at this. I'd have to turn on my
Okay,
camera for that.
Okay, Sims. All right. Sims Tropical. This is in the Atlantic.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's look at our
All
little
right.
that's,
Press the little I for the invest.
okay,
Yep.
that's North Atlantic. Yeah. All right.
Go
press-
Yeah, right there. Just press that.
All right. Let me see. Okay, I need to switch my this real quickly. Yep. All right. Let's look at. What was it you were looking? Yeah, you were looking at. Oh, DLM.
All right. Yep. First, press the I. I don't know if it updated on my end or not.
Yeah,
'cause I
it's your
can't tell.
val. Yeah, let's see. Okay, that's DLM. Let's see. That's convective obs. There's some good. There's pretty good divergence here. Really good vorticity for this system.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, okay, I'm looking
Also, I just want to look at the dry air.
Yeah.
Dry air, according to this, I think this is Sahara air layer based, is
Alright.
very minimal. Very, very minimal. So the dry air that we are seeing, that is more
Oh.
evidence that this dry air is mixable.
Oh, that explains why
Or evidence.
everything's mixable right here.
Yep.
Because there's really
Okay,
not that much.
I think ground.
Yeah, that explains why there's convection bursting, and that explains why this isn't doing anything. That explains everything.
Mm.
Okay.
Also, Pat,
Yes, sir.
another thing, look at the lightning. Lots of lightning popping up. And I mean lots of lightning.
Yeah,
So go back
especially
to
near
that
the
eye.
center.
Yep. And I'm gonna be looking at some stuff real quick. Upper level winds that's divergence.
Yeah.
Lower level winds, I'm seeing signs of that looks about 10 knots.
10 to
I'm
10 to
seeing-
20.
Yep, 10 to 20. Yep. Let's see. Surface injection. That's nothing there. Ocean set.
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
these are really
basically,
important
The
tools, guys.
signal is there for something. The signal is there.
It's very much there. Absolutely.
Yeah, even the fact that deep shear is very minimal, but the mid shear where it matters more because the upper levels
Yeah.
basically matter for divergence, which that's going to automatically produce some of your shear because that's going to be opposite of inflow. It's going to be like an outflow, so that's the opposite.
Yeah.
But considering that your mid-level shear is less than 5 knots is extremely concerning. It's within the isobar of 5 knots of shear.
Yeah, that's how. Yeah, if that's going on right now, sorry, seizure warning. If that's what's going on right now, then you're going to have a situation where if this convection can sustain, you might have a tropical you might have a this designated as a tropical depression in the next, I'm not going to speculate, but I'd say sooner rather than later on this.
Hey, Pat.
Yes, sir.
D-print, I'm looking at it right now.
Mm-hmm.
It started out at 25 knots. We are currently leaning, it rounds up to 30 knots. Exact estimate is 29 knots on D-print.
All right. What does that register for us? How is that important? Yeah, could you explain how that's important to what we're doing?
So this is one of the largest metrics that the NHC will use to designate a depression or a storm on the weaker side of things. This is very good for detecting if something's a tropical storm, depression, and all that. Not very good for hurricane. But basically what I'm seeing right now is an uptick that just recently jumped from 27 to 29 knots. Now I'm going to look at the D-mint.
Is this based on satellite estimates?
I believe so.
Okay, that would explain things, especially with this burst of convection that's just dived into the Gulf from the Florida Panhandle.
Yep. D-mint has also gone up. It's gone from 24 knots to 27 knots. So I wouldn't be surprised if this does, in terms of a consensual average, goes up to about 25 knots. I'm going to look at the SATCON real quick and see if that does anything for me. Just a second. No, it doesn't do anything just yet. Yeah, basically, though, from what I am seeing, this is very much, and I mean very much, strengthening slightly. As you can see, as the convection is there. It's got very good outflow, very good divergence. Basically, same thing. Lots of convective bursts. Dry air is the mixable kind. Let's see. All right, that's the wrong thing to look at. Basically, looking at all this, this is just an extremely, I dare say, ominous signal. I wouldn't say extremely bad, but ominous, because this isn't kind of what you want to see. I'm looking at the latest satellite loop right now, because convection that was here before, I think, was this thing transitioning from land-based convection to surface or to latent heated-based convection, because we still had convection this whole time.
Yeah.
And then that convective burst to the north started with the latent heat, and the convection that is now blowing up is latent heat-based.
Yeah.
Judging by the fact that this has gone from surface-based convection, which was shallower,
all right,
to this convection, which is deeper, in which I am seeing the coldest. Oh, that doesn't tell me coldest cloud tops.
Okay.
Just a second.
Yeah. All right. And a couple of questions in chat right now. First one, Pat, what are the odds this becomes a potential tropical cyclone tomorrow? I don't think they're going to be as high as a lot of people looking at this stream tonight is going to be, because this is going to be sitting over water for the next few days. I would say at the very earliest, late tomorrow night is the earliest they'll designate this a potential tropical cyclone, if it's not taking as long to develop as what I'm thinking it will, based on what I'm seeing tonight. So another question is, what is mixable dry air? Mixable dry air is basically dry air that is mixable. If you produce enough convection and there's dry air in the region, it'll definitely, it's that kind of dry air that just mixes out as you produce more convection and bring more moisture into the region. It just mixes out at that point. It's something I've been talking about throughout my videos, and I mentioned it today in this video, and it's definitely what we've seen tonight is pretty much the prime example of that. So that's something that that I want to emphasize real quickly. Is it going to hit Houston? I'm not gonna speculate on that at this current point. What I will tell you is this has shifted further to the west, but the main areas I'm concerned for right now are for a potential landfall that far west would be Louisiana or Mississippi. If you're anywhere from the Florida Panhandle to Louisiana, you're going to want to watch this very seriously. If you're in eastern Texas, you're going to want to keep an eye on this just in case this shifts even further to the south with the models. But that is something that you're going to want to pay attention to. I think from what I've seen based on the model shifts, especially over the last few hours, Louisiana is definitely looking closer and closer to the closer and closer to a potential landfall area. Someone's asking to check the Gulf temperatures using the climate reanalyzer. Well, we can go ahead and do that. We can go ahead and do that real quick. What's up?
Hey, Pat.
Yes, sir.
So, looking at microwave through a website, they are detecting 44.5 knots and a pressure of 1,002.
On this system.
Yes.
Okay, could you send me that? Because could you send me that? I want to know where it's at.
I sent it in chat.
It has a lot of valuable wind measurements readings too.
This is which one is it?
25.
Is this the
overall,
website, Trevor? Right here?
It's the
Yeah, it is.
W.
Okay. All right, let's look at Invest 91L. All right, so I'm on the this is based on
right there.
microwave.
Look at all
Microwave
those.
says 44.5.
Okay. Do we know where this is at in the storm? Is this in where the only place I would say this would be is
Delta, you showed
Yeah.
an image of microwave, right?
It's just the latest
microwave
like
image?
yeah.
Okay. Okay, I'd say the only place I would say for right now, I wouldn't say this is probably in the center. This would probably be part of this big burst of convection over here that's currently marching in the Gulf, but that's just my opinion right there. I don't want to speculate too much on that, but
I actually have a different thought, Pat.
oh,
I think it's that convection that's over land. Because when you
yeah,
look at
that's
that
what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, not the one over the water, but the other one behind it.
Okay,
over land,
yeah.
Because look,
That
The-
seems more realistic because that's still latent based.
Yep.
Yeah, that seems more
land-based.
realistic. Okay. So this is I wouldn't say this is a false alarm, but I would say that this is not this is still over land. We can't speculate on the whole storm's intensity based on that. But thank you for sending that in right there. Okay. All right, Weather Kingdom wants to join the stream. I'll go ahead and bring him in the call real quick. I'll bring him in the call real quick, and then we'll do that. Let's see. How do I? Okay, let's see. How do I? Okay, at invite. Let's see. All right, I'll go ahead and add him on. Right here. So yeah, Weather Kingdom, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello.
You're on the air.
All right. Hello, Pat. Hello, everyone.
Hey, Weather Kingdom.
Welcome.
What is this? The first day of school, guys? You guys know
Welcome.
each other.
welcome to the Triple P Show, Weather Kingdom.
Yep. I just wanted to, say hi to everyone, and I do want to join the show for a little
Join.
bit.
Yeah.
Surprise, surprise! Everybody thought that the Atlantic was not going to do anything, and still not doing anything. But I guess the Gulf is trying to.
Yeah. All right, dude.
There is something. Yeah.
Were you about to go ahead? Go ahead, dude.
There's something that I have said in the past, in the beginning of the Atlantic hurricane season is I think it's going to be overall a dead Atlantic season, but I think homegrown systems like this will not be the last,
Mm-hmm.
in my opinion. I think we're going to see quite a few more of these, of tropical storms and potentially hurricanes off the East Coast and even in the Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah. All right. So, what are your thoughts on Invest 91L for tonight? Based on what you're seeing with what you've seen with what you've done, based on what you're seeing with satellite and what we've done with our analysis? What is your thoughts?
My thoughts are, regardless of development, this is still going to bring impacts, heavy rain, rough surf, even a little bit of storm surge if this thing gets its act together,
Mm-hmm.
in my opinion, I do think it has a pretty good shot. It's in the open waters. The shear has lessened. There is a little bit of dry air that I talked about earlier. I haven't looked at the reanalysis on that.
Mm-hmm.
But overall, I think this system, with the blowing up convection, I do think, it will continue to try and get organized. And I do think that we could be looking at Tropical Storm Bertha making a landfall somewhere in the Louisiana area or Alabama or Mississippi.
Mm-hmm.
That's my latest thinking. But regardless of development, you're going to have gusty winds, showers, thunderstorms, and just a really rough looking days ahead along the coastline of the Gulf.
Yeah. All right. All right, man. It's good to have you back. Good to have you back. First of all, this is the kind of the new thing we've been doing with the Triple P show. Just bringing people on, and tonight's a bit different, obviously, because of 91L. But yeah. All right. So thank you very much, dude, for doing that. I do appreciate that. All right.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah. All right. So this is what we what do we got right here? Okay, that's a little bit different. All right, cool. So yeah, things are definitely getting a bit interesting for sure. Have you seen what's been going on with in the latest analysis with what's been going on with the water vapor imagery? I wanted to show you this.
No, I have not.
Yeah. Looks to me that, like, from what we've seen tonight, a lot of the dry air that's there is definitely mixing out pretty easily. We looked at sims earlier tonight. A lot of the deep layer dry air with the Sahara air in particular, it's very minimal in this region, and the wind shear that's persistent in the area too is also quite minimal as well. So I want to show you that, and I want to get your opinions on what you're seeing so far.
Oh, sorry to
Yeah.
cut you off.
Oh.
But we just got 2 advisories on the East Pacific.
Okay, cool. All right, thank you, Trevor. Weather Kingdom, go ahead.
With the latest analysis that I'm currently seeing with the water vapor, yeah, I did expect that the dryer that I was seeing earlier would mix out. And the quicker that continues to mix out, the better chance it does have to become a tropical storm. The shear, I've been talking about it also.
Mm-hmm.
I've been doing it on my own channel and stuff also. But the shear has drastically been it has come down from where it was before. Shear's continuing to relax. And to be honest, I think this could be a small, but this could be a surprise tropical storm that gets a lot of people off guard. And this is one of those scenarios where I'm worried about, the Atlantic hasn't done a lot, but it's this type of smaller and weaker systems that get people off guard. And, by the end of the year, you're like, yeah, the Atlantic wasn't that bad, but a lot of people seemed that did not understand that it was still going to be an impactful season. And, that's the one thing I have worries about is people are not taking this Atlantic hurricane season so heavily like the last few years.
Mm-hmm.
And, with these small systems, we saw it with Arthur. Even though that thing was hard to call a tropical storm, it's still, I don't know. I have my opinion on it.
We'll talk about that in another episode.
Yeah.
Hey, Kingdom.
Yes.
That Arthur was a bona fide slopsicle storm.
Okay. All right.
Yes,
We'll talk.
for
We'll
sure.
We'll talk about Arthur
Pat.
later. Yeah. What's up?
Yes, but
Here's that David will be back later. He
All
said
right.
about 9 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time.
Okay.
So yeah, he messaged us a little bit in the chat just now.
All right. That's
says he's going to Dollar Tree.
okay.
So
That's
he'll be
okay.
back later.
All right. That's fine. We'll see. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. But all right. So Weather Kingdom, please continue. Sorry for the interruptions.
no, you're good. So, I mean, that's one of those things, with this system, I think it's going to be, it definitely could get up there in a tropical storm, a good 50, 60 mile an hour storm. Depends on how it continues to evolve. To be honest, a couple days ago, I wasn't too confident, but I knew the waters are still very warm in the Gulf. And these little homegrown systems can always sneak up on you. So I'm
Yeah.
afraid a lot of people right now are not really thinking anything of it. But once it becomes a name, I think people will take a little bit more cautious. But I just hope everyone's, taking this serious.
Yes,
It
me
might
too.
not be, because I just have a feeling a lot of people are expecting no land impacts and, this hurricane season to be dead. But if you look at Arthur, it made landfall in Texas. This storm could be making landfall in Louisiana. And to be honest, a couple days ago, the models are still, some ensembles and stuff are showing something off the southeast coast. But I'm not seeing too much with that right now. There's a lot of dry air and some
Right.
shear and unfavorability, but it's signs, a lot of signs that has pointed to me in the last couple months is MJO. Yes, it never really gets to the Atlantic.
Mhm.
There's one little thing that, in September and October, the MDR does become a little bit more favorable. That is something in another episode to talk about. But overall, I think the Atlantic will be dead, but I think Gulf and East Coast will be the targets this season. And I wouldn't be surprised if we go quite a few landfalls as tropical storms this season
Neither would I.
across the United States.
Yeah. All right. So I wanted to bring this up to you next. We have the zero C track and intensity guidance that we've seen. We've also seen a lot of the ensembles shifting this pretty dramatically away from the Florida Panhandle towards Louisiana and or even further south than that. I have the zero Z track guidance pulled up. I also have the intensity as well. I'm not too
Wow.
concerned about that right now, but here's the track. What's your stance on this? Do you think we're going to see a further westward shift in the models going forward, or do you think there's still a bit of disagreement there?
There is a little bit of a disagreement, but I do think this could definitely go a little bit more west. I've been seeing it on the ensembles, I've been seeing it on the models. But one thing I do want to mention here, that's regardless of the track and stuff, is look at the dotted lines.
Yeah.
They are very close next to each other.
Yep.
This does look like it does develop. And, worst case scenario, this scrapes along the Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, and potentially even the Texas coastline. This will
Yeah.
bring a lot of storm surge, even if it's a little. There's been a lot of eroding along the coastlines in the United States.
Right.
And with a storm like this, with all that water being pushed for potentially a couple days across all these states around the Gulf, that is one very big concern. Also, if this does become a much stronger storm than some of the modelers are saying, maybe this becomes a 60-mile-an-hour storm and it crosses the entire Gulf on the northern side and bring impacts along the entire coast. Now you're looking at, all these people that didn't expect any hurricanes or thinking that there won't be anything. Now the entire Gulf Coast has dealt with some type of tropical storm impacts before the peak of hurricane season.
Right.
So it's this storm does worry me a little bit, that if it does form and it does take that westward track, it's going to be a very, very slow mover. And if it stays over the warm waters and it takes advantage of the favorability, we can have a strengthening storm skirting across the entire Gulf Coast. And I think a lot of impacts then could really be said then. So I just hope everyone along the Gulf Coast right now is taking this as a serious rainstorm, even tropical storm, because regardless of development, this is still going to bring storm surge and bring some impacts along the coastline.
All right. Thank you very much for that. Yeah. All right. So that's going to be definitely an interesting take right here. Let's ask. I asked this $1 million question earlier in the stream tonight. I want your opinion on this. We've definitely had a bit of a split on this. I know Logan and Delta can definitely tell you that too. But is this, in your opinion, based on everything you've seen, based on all the data, do you believe this is a hurricane contender yet? Yes or no, and why?
I knew a question was going to come up like that, and I knew it because I just knew it. I just knew it. Ah,
Predictable
Dude.
Pat over here.
Yeah.
Predictable
Oh,
Pat.
hey,
Yeah.
I am.
Oh,
A
Stefan,
predictor
once
is in
again-
my name, so.
This isn't the
Just
Pat
warning.
Predictor production. This is Predictable Pat's Path Predictor for Triple P.
Okay. All right.
Um,
All right, buddy. Go ahead and lay it on me.
She's
I-
warning, by the way.
Okay.
I can't completely, to be honest with you, it's a little bit early. I don't want to hype
Sure.
this up or anything.
Right.
But in everything I've seen, there is that out. I've seen in the past, in the 1900s, 1800s,
Mm-hmm.
little storms like this that throws a surprise and it becomes a hurricane when everybody expect nothing. So, to be
Sure.
honest with you, with history and with the warm waters and the conditions, I will say a 20% that it could go a hurricane.
Oh wow.
If anything, I would think that, with everything I've seen and all the history and these little storms becoming out of nowhere surprise in history, I could see this storm becoming at its strongest an 80-mile-an-hour hurricane making landfall if it takes that furthest west track
Right.
into Texas.
All
I
right.
really, really hope it does not
No,
because
we don't want that.
I just said with the slow mover, that would remind me of Hurricane Hannah, that rapidly intensified going
Oh,
into
yeah.
Texas. If you remember back
That's
in
a really good analog for this.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah, Hurricane Hannah's actually, you're right. Hurricane Hannah is a very good reference to
Yeah.
that. So everybody thought Hurricane Hannah wasn't going to even develop into a hurricane, and look at what Hurricane Hannah did. Wasn't it like a category 2 going on 3?
I think it was. I think it peaked at 90 initially. It might have been reanalyzed to postseason, but it was a 90-mile-per-hour hurricane that hit South Texas.
Yeah, and
From
no
the
one
Gulf.
expected that to develop. So yeah. I mean, that's a
Fine.
great
Are
contender.
we? Let me ask you this: are we referring to 2020?
Yes.
Yeah, you're right.
Let
My
me double
fault.
check on that real quick.
All right.
Thank you.
While you do that, I just want to mention something.
Mhm.
I kind of agree with Weather Kingdom on here with the percentage of the hurricane
Oh.
as well. Yeah, due to what you said. And plus it's continuing. I may put like a bit, like 5% lower, like 15. But yeah. But what I'm trying to get is that if it does do that, oh boy. There was already just massive flooding in
Yeah.
South Central Texas.
Yep.
We don't need another
No.
flooding event.
Yeah.
And I haven't. Yeah, I do have one
Go-
more thing.
Go ahead, Weather
I
Kingdom.
got your answer. I got your answer. Second.
Yeah. Also,
90 miles per
Hold
hour,
on, hold on,
100
Trevor. Let Weather Kingdom finish, and then we can get to that. All
Okay.
right?
yeah. Sorry about that, Trevor.
No, you're good.
All right. To be honest with you, also another thing is like people are not expecting this to develop. So if it does pull off a strong, even a 60, 70-mile-an-hour tropical storm, a lot of people are going to be, I have a bad feeling there definitely could be a lot of news on it because people did not take it serious. These small systems that develop fast are the ones that take the most lives,
Absolutely.
especially when it comes to flooding. So if you guys are watching from the Gulf Coast, please, even if this does not become anything more than a 40-mile-an-hour storm, still take it with precaution. Do
All
not
right.
let your guard down. You know how the history runs
Yeah.
along the Gulf.
I definitely do. All right, Weather
Now
Kingdom.
you can go.
All right, thank you very much, man. It's good to have you back, first of all, for sure. Second of all, Trevor, I know you had something you wanted to say. Go for it, dude.
All right. Hannah from 2020 had winds of 90 miles per hour or
Yep.
150 kilometers per hour with a pressure of 973.
Yeah. That's Yeah, that's low for a Category 1 hurricane, I will say right there. But yeah, thank you very much. Definitely a situation for sure. But in the meantime, I'm looking at this. Over the last 20 minutes, we've seen a lot of bursts of convection, especially popping up in this part where this burst of convection from the Gulf that's been surging down is really starting to connect with this area in the middle. We're definitely seeing a bit more of a CDO starting to build up over here. So, like, that's something we've noticed for that over the last 20 minutes. That's what I wanted to bring out there. But yeah, Weather Kingdom, once again, thank you for joining the stream. Here is his channel link, guys, for those of you who want to check him out. It is in the chat right now. Go ahead and go subscribe to him. I know it would mean the world to him. He was definitely a huge help for covering hurricane season and other streams last year on the Pat's Path Predictor channel, and it looks to me that he's going to continue that for sure. But yeah, there's his channel link. Go subscribe to him. I'm sure it would mean the world to him for sure. But yeah, definitely noticing a developing burst of convection right here pretty consistently. It's really building up as well. What are you guys' thoughts on what we're seeing right here, especially over the last 20 minutes?
Really tells us how tomorrow could pan out from this.
Yep, it definitely does. It's been kind of a flurry of updates that we have seen. So yeah, definitely a flurry. Delta, what's your take?
I think tomorrow is going to tell us a whole lot about what the future of this system's going to be. I have a feeling, I know for a fact that with the uptrends that we've been seeing and the real time look of the system and its structure improving, we are definitely going to be seeing Recon go out there tomorrow. And I think I personally would not be surprised if it keeps improving, that we may have a tropical depression by tomorrow night.
That is definitely something that is, yeah, I was thinking the same thing, but I didn't want to say anything on air until I got more data and information.
Yeah, I agree.
Holy hell.
Yeah, I was just saying if Recon supports it.
Yes. Bit of a caveat with that. Ladies and gentlemen, be sure to like the stream and subscribe to the channel if you are new. We've gotten a lot of new subscribers tonight, so thank you very much. It's much appreciated. We're 23 subs away from 15,400, so let's see if we can hit that milestone tonight. But yeah, big
Good job,
convective
Pat.
burst. Thank you very much, man.
Very proud of you, buddy. You've worked your butt off for it all.
Yeah, dude, I've for sure. Yeah, but I've been looking at it. Tonight has been pretty much a situation where we've looked at just updates right here. Does anyone? It's 10:50 Eastern time. Does anyone know if any of the GFS has started to come out just yet? Or
I will check that right now.
GFS has
Probably
not.
not.
Okay.
Those normally come out around 12 to 1 a.m., I want to say.
GFS is usually the first one that's out.
Eastern time,
Oh,
that
okay.
is.
Yeah,
Do you
GFS
look
is
at the mesoscale models by chance?
the meso models, like the HER and the NAM and all of that.
Yeah.
Not in particular. I mainly stay away from those when it comes to tropical systems, but yeah. Is there something in particular that piqued your interest?
The HER model
All right, let me zoom
has
in
been
to
very
the Southeast
consistent
US.
since it got into view.
All right, what do you want? I have the 0Z pulled up, so sorry. What do we want to see here? Okay.
The HER definitely has in a potential. If you looked at the 0Z,
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
if you looked at it throughout its whole thing, it does show. Looks to me a pretty good low level center, and
Yeah.
eventually maybe something.
It's wanting a tropical storm in the next 48 hours. That is,
Wouldn't rule it completely out.
I wouldn't rule it completely out either. I just know that in terms of intensity, mesoscale models aren't the best with it, especially with explosive hurricanes and all of that. Nam 3K, get out of here.
Yeah, no, yeah, get that thing out of here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. So, but yeah, definitely. Everyone everyone in the chat and everyone in the call, would you guys rule this out as a possibility?
No, it actually that's actually reasonable. A slow strengthening.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely
Very reasonable.
Oh,
I don't like that convection though developing.
yeah.
That's the most convection I've seen with the tropical wave.
This is
yet.
radar too, by the way. So
Pat?
Yeah.
The NAM 3K doesn't even have a low level center. developed.
Shocker.
yeah, we don't.
What a
We're not
shock.
going to use that. We're not going to use
Yeah,
that.
I know, but we were using the HRRR, which is also a mesoscale model. So
All right.
The NAM though is really the NAM is not meant. Trust me. The NAM model likes to show
I
every
know.
little yeah.
It's the wrong spatial resolution.
Yes. Let
Yeah.
me see if I can. Oh, I have IR. I have IR satellite. We can pull this up for the her. All right. Let's see what we got with this. Okay, it showed that big burst. It's wanting it to wrap around and produce more convection.
Reinforces. Just like what David was saying, reinforce
Yep.
the center.
Yeah, the her is
That's kind of what it's
definitely.
beginning to do now.
Yeah, David was right on the spot when he came to this.
Hey, excuse me, Pat.
Mm-hmm.
Have you looked at the 18Z European ensembles?
We already
did.
did earlier tonight. Yeah, they
Wow.
really ramped up
I was
the
not
power
ex-
numbers.
Yeah. Wow, and a lot more west. I was not wow.
Yeah,
Interesting.
yeah. It's a little. This is something I constantly said last year, but 40-50 with this may not seem like much right now, but based on everything I'm seeing tonight, this is a scary 40-50 if you're asking me, based on the conditions that it has ahead of it and the convection that's producing right now.
I personally think
Yeah.
that we need it to be like
Did you
maybe like a 50-70, 60-70 per se, just because of that convection, which tells me the fact that there's a low level circulation that is forming. That's
Yeah,
the only thing that's been holding the NHC back from such a high confidence is the lack of a low level circulation, which David called out earlier. The convection would try and have that occur, and
Mhm.
it appears it's doing so.
yeah. This is a scary 40-50 right here. And I think the NHC has been kind of on the conservative side throughout the entire time it's been out there. I can understand. You can understand it. You're trying to make sure things get right. The last couple of times they designated an area of invest, it didn't pan out. But this is one of those times, in my opinion, that I think they were being a little bit too much on the conservative side.
I agree because especially with it along coastal regions and for how close it is to land,
Yeah.
I do agree with you on that because you rather not be on the conservative side so much that if this does blow up so badly, it doesn't look like you didn't, warn the people. You rather
Right.
be over, you rather be on the up higher side of things than the lower side because I get it because National Hurricane Center, trust me, people love taking shame at them, but it's a hard job as being a National Hurricane Center also because if they go too low and it becomes something, then it's such a big deal. And then if this doesn't develop and they go higher, then they're just lying. So I do understand their part in this too, where they have trouble completely going full into things like this. But yeah, I agree with you on that. If I was them, I would rather be on the upper end of things than the lower end of things.
Yeah, I remember I read an article that NASDA's weather actually put out saying the NHC remains conservative on this, but the models are picking up on this, referring to what would be eventually Invest 91L. So, yeah, it's definitely an interesting take for sure. For me personally, I think the NHC, remember forecasting weather is hard. Yeah, it absolutely is. Like the amount of times that we've been that you're wrong are definitely out there, and there's also a lot of times that people are categorically wrong, not because their math wasn't right, but also because they didn't take something into account. And that was our case with the infamous Invest 91 and L incident from last year. Funny enough, that this is Invest 91L right now. So, yeah, maybe this is a bit of a redemption tour for us, Weather Kingdom. Maybe this is a bit of a redemption for us.
Oh, how the tables have turned, and oh, how the irony continues.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But
Didn't Invest
will it be
91L
right?
fail last year?
Will it be
very
fit,
much, it
or
was
will it be
60-90.
ignored?
Oh yeah, it was
Oh.
60-90, and it was a lot of the models had it becoming a hurricane before the islands, right?
Yeah.
And then it ended up being nothing.
Yep. And I got to say this, David called it out right away. He was on your show talking about it.
91L's
Yeah.
maybe 91L is making a redemption.
We're having a
From
little bit of
last
a
year.
redemption
Yeah,
tour, guys.
What caused 91L to fail last year?
I'm trying to
I think dry air.
I think it was dry
Wasn't it?
air, and I think the models were hinging on the fact that it was going to stay in that moisture pocket and just take advantage of some very narrow conditions. Like there was a thread in the needle that just did not pan out, but I will tell you, this 91L is starting to pan out, and look at that convection that's really starting to blow up over the last 10 minutes in both areas.
Yeah. I don't like that because as that continues to blow up, I could see the National Hurricane Center upping your chances by tomorrow morning if this continues throughout the overnight.
In the next few hours, I could see them upping it up too.
Doesn't it come out at 11 though?
No, it comes out at 2 a.m.
Then I might be live for that.
Nice.
It only comes out every 3 hours when there's an active system going on.
Yep.
And those are
Okay.
intermediate advisories for your storms,
Yeah.
such as Elena, which had an intermediate advisory just now, which nothing has changed. Still.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the longest Triple P show we have done. We've been on the air for 3 hours now, which is crazy. That's the longest stream I have done. When was the longest? It's the longest one I've done, well, not counting the New Year's Eve stream, since Humberto, actually, last year. So, definitely a lot to talk about tonight. Oh, speaking of things to talk about, does this remind you of anything just yet?
Hmm?
I'm circling it.
What am I seeing? What are we looking at?
What are you circling at?
It's on the stream, on the call.
Okay.
What are we looking at exactly?
You seeing this burst of convection right here?
Yeah.
Does this look?
Yeah.
Is this starting to look like a particular shape?
Yeah.
Shrimp. A shrimp.
Yeah.
Yep. It's not there
Oh,
yet,
yeah.
obviously, but you got a little
Yep,
baby. You got a little baby one starting to pop out.
Yeah. Hey, Pat.
Yes,
I
sir.
am gonna use one of your curse words. Is that fine?
Go for it.
All I gotta say to this is, oh shit.
Yep, that's the first
Yeah.
of two tonight. That's the first of two tonight. And it took us this long for us to do it too, which is crazy. Okay. This just keeps getting better. Look at this business right here. Look at this
Whoa.
business.
All right. Hold the phones, everyone.
Teaser warning, by the way.
Yeah,
for
those
everybody.
prone to flashing lights. I know I keep refreshing this. Yeah, this
Oh
really
my,
blew
I
up
don't
over the
like
last
this.
5 minutes.
I
Oh,
do
yeah.
not like this little shrimp look.
Nor do I
trying to
like the
develop.
convection developing to the north of it. This is all attached. This is all attached.
Yeah.
Come the next few hours, I have a feeling a lot of these are going to swing further to the south. right here.
Not to
Yeah.
mention too, you got stuff on the other side that isn't really doing much.
No,
That might wrap around.
yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. Reiterating from earlier, this is still the one. This still counts as the one, correct? Holy shit.
Yeah, that. I'm gonna give you a pass on that one. So
That's still the one. And that's just a reiteration.
yeah, I'm gonna give you a pass on it. So
Yeah, if that convection wraps
is
all the
really
way.
bad.
If
Yeah.
that convection wrapped all the way around, stuff's gonna hit the fan pretty quick.
yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah.
more like feeling.
man, I could say this reminds me of so many things. Reminds of so many things. Right here, it reminds me of honestly the best analog for right now I can give is a combination of Barry from 2019 and Hannah from 2020. For right now,
Yeah. Wait. Tropicals from Barry. What year was that?
2019 there was Hurricane Barry,
Where was that at? In the Gulf, too?
Louisiana. That was in the Gulf.
Golf, it hit the Louisiana area.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. You are. Oh, it came from the Bay. Wait. Where did it come from?
It emerged
I'm
from a
looking on
frontal
NHC.
system in the Gulf, and it made landfall in Louisiana.
Oh, this is a very
Oh.
good. That is a very good.
You
analog.
are
I'm looking
really
at it
right.
now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a really good.
However,
yeah.
the origin is a little further north.
Yeah. For right now, yes.
Well, actually, quite a
Yeah.
bit north. This is like near the Panhandle.
Yeah.
You know what's really worrying?
Mm-hmm.
I can see a Barry situation. Definitely be a surprise Barry situation.
Probably be like a blend of berry and
Hannah and Hannah.
hmm.
Hannah and
Maybe
Barry.
I'd also say like not the whole system, but the last part. I think of it might be Ike. It might be a different one. There was a system that reformed into the Gulf that went west and then north. That I'm thinking of.
Are you talking
Might
about
be
Ivan?
Ike,
Are you talking about Ivan in
yes,
044?
Ivan. Yes, dude, that's what I was thinking of. I knew it was an I name. I just mixed them up.
Wait, what
Ivan,
tropical storm?
2004.
This was
Ivan
Hurricane Ivan back in
2004.
2004.
Major Hurricane Ivan, actually, at that. But yeah, it came right back around when it looped back around and crossed Florida
Yeah.
and reformed. This is giving Ivan vibes as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I'm gonna check.
Didn't Ivan though go into the Gulf as a strong tropical storm? Wait, let me look.
Ivan was
No,
already.
it did not.
Ivan was.
Okay.
Hold on. May I give a history lesson real quickly, please?
Yes.
You can't.
Go
pass.
for it.
Ivan was a Cape Verde hurricane that moved through the Caribbean, became a Category 5 hurricane on several occasions, passed Cuba as a Cat 5, entered the Gulf as a Cat 4. Wind shear started chipping it apart. It made landfall around Gulf Shores, Alabama as a Category 3. Weakened due to land interaction, produced, I believe it was 120 tornadoes from the outbreak it generated from North Carolina and Virginia. And then entered the Atlantic. Then it looped around, moved through Florida, and reemerged into the Gulf, reformed, and then made landfall in Louisiana as a tropical depression. So that's what happened. So,
Interesting.
yep. My stepdad was actually in Hurricane Ivan. He lived in Florida at the time. So, yeah, it's something that we definitely talk and bond about. So, yeah, fun story, guys. But all right,
Yeah.
okay. Let's see. I want to see what the water vapor is looking like because someone in
Okay,
chat.
let me ask you this.
Yeah, what's up?
So,
Oh.
do you think
Oh.
this system could become like a Barry, where it just becomes a 75 mile per hour hurricane before landfall?
Yes. I could see it if it goes that westward track. I could see Barry is a very good analog looking at it.
Yeah,
It's the point of origin's a little bit different, but It's mostly closed. I can see it hurt. I can see a berry look of things. Could I see? I still think it's going to be a tropical storm, but in worst case scenario, I think berry and a Hannah mix.
Yeah. Plus a little bit of third round, Ivan.
Yeah. Let me look at Hurricane Hannah. I want to see how long that took.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. All right. So I'm looking at dry air while they're doing that, and dry air is just getting cleared out more and more. Hey guys, I'm taking a look at this. It looks like it's getting. We're starting to notice that dry air pocket's getting split up right here from some more convection that's starting to fire off on the northeastern side of things. This is the definition of mixable dry air, and it's really mixing out now. What are you guys' thoughts on what you're seeing?
You know what?
100%
Looking at
mixable.
Hurricane Hannah. Yeah, I agree with that. You know what? Looking at Hurricane Hannah,
Yeah.
it's a very good analog too.
Yeah.
Because it went from if you look at the track, it was a tropical, it was the 22nd. Oh my god, this is weird.
Mhm.
Hannah happened July 22nd to the 27th.
Yeah.
We're on July 18th.
Yep.
And it developed on the 22nd, and believe it or not, it stayed a tropical storm all the way to Mexico. But
Yep.
it made landfall, I think, like the 24th, 25th, just south of Corpus Christi. But if you look at Hurricane Hannah and the way it quickly intensified, one thing that's worrying to me is I could see something like this. Hannah is a very good analog. Barry and Hannah,
Yep.
I think, is the best analogs.
Well, Weather Kingdom, let's hope it doesn't decide to follow Hannah, because the HMON is basically doing what Hannah did.
Exactly.
Wait, the hurricane models are out?
Well, the
just,
18ZR.
no.
The 18ZR. The
Let me
0Z
see.
is not out
Oh,
yet.
Ew.
It's, I know. But anyway,
No comments.
I got- that's fine. Anyway, we got almost 200 people in the stream still. Be sure to like the stream,
go,
subscribe to
guys.
the channel if you are new. This is by far our most popular Triple P show we've ever done, mainly because of Invest 91L, but be sure to hit the subscribe button. We're 20 subs away from 15,400, so that'd be much appreciated if you could get us over that mark. The goal, as always, is to get more people engaged with weather. Any support to the Pat's Path Predictor channel and the Triple P show is more than appreciated. So, yeah, I just wanted to go ahead and shout that out real quickly. And man, oh man, things are...
Why is the HERF model showing that too?
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, the HERF shifting further
the
west?
HERF.
The H-Wharf?
The HERF. Yeah, the H-Wharf. I was not expecting that.
Yeah, the H-Wharf.
No. The hurricane model.
That's
I
the
was
H-Wharf.
expecting the H model.
That's the
Yeah,
H-
yeah.
That's the H-Wharf. Okay,
I can see this though, because it's very slow moving
mhm.
and it kind of like stalls off the coast, but
Let's...
it's you know
Yeah.
what this looks like? It looks like a Hannah, for maybe like a Barry / Hannah, but it's a very small storm. And
Yeah, that's
we
what I'm
know how
noticing.
these small storms can. I don't like it. I mean, the HMON I think is outrageous, but if it did, no, I don't know. This thing will have to become a tropical storm by tomorrow night to pull something like the HERF.
The
I hope that doesn't happen, but look how small the storm is on the HMON.
Yeah, not only that, but look how consolidated it is too. Like if you're in the Florida Panhandle, you're getting impacts. If you're in the Alabama coast, you're getting impacts. And not as much, because some of the shear is kind of keeping the convection a bit far out to sea until it hits Louisiana. But you're still going to see some impacts. If you're in Louisiana, you're going to get impacts, and then bam, like this moves south of New Orleans, but areas like Houma, Grand Isle, and those areas in the bayous are definitely going to get hit by this, according to the H-Wharf. And this then moves into Texas as a tropical storm too. Yeah, that is absolutely not fantastic, to say the very least. HMON obviously is our outlier. I'll go ahead and show the stream
Yeah.
this too, just for context. And I want to pull up the 10-meter winds. But here's our HMON. Let's go ahead and go back to take it from the top and go from there. So system organizes, develops, gets its act together, gets down to about 1,003 millibars. Actually remains just below tropical storm strength until tomorrow, late tomorrow night, and then it intensifies quickly, gets up to a hurricane strength as it approaches Louisiana, but then it goes, it actually makes landfall at the Mississippi River Delta, and then moves further to the south afterward, and then moves towards Texas as a pretty strong hurricane that potentially heads past Matagorda Bay and heads towards, I think it's like Port Arthur or something like that. If my Texas cities serve me right, but it wants it to peak at a Category 3 hurricane, guys. Unless this pulls some voodoo magic right here as it's passing New Orleans, I don't see this scenario happening, especially with the intensity. Track theoretically possible given the high pressure system, but intensity,
Correct.
I don't think we're going to see a major hurricane out of this. That's just my thoughts.
Let's just say if it did, then wow. I don't even know what would I say if this ever became that reality.
Yeah.
Everyone's saying the Atlantic hurricane season being that this would just be a history book reminder that even the most quietest seasons could always
Yeah.
storm.
Absolutely.
Quality over quantity.
Yep.
Be one of those scenarios.
Exactly, Delta. Yeah. See, that's the H1, the H-Wharf.
I don't like the shrimp look.
Let's see it.
I don't like the shrimp look.
Let's pop this out
Trying
again.
to.
Seizure warning.
Yeah. Well, it's not as much of a shrimp before, although, yeah, I don't like how this convection is starting to blow up again. And it's getting more consolidated, too. On top of that, let's see, I'm taking a look at this. Is this the latest? About, yeah. I don't like how this dry air is mixing out fast. Faster than I expected. This is ominous looking at this tonight, looking at the full picture. You have convection blowing up over here. You have a lot of the dry air getting mixed out pretty fast. In fact, you're seeing a situation where a lot of this dry air is getting closed out in some areas. It's starting to get mixed. The rest of the remnants are starting to get cleaned up and mixed out by convection, too. So, yeah, this is, and on top of that, you're having more of this convection in Alabama and Georgia slowly moving down the line and just pumping moisture in the Gulf. So,
Hey, Pat,
yep.
you know something that we said last year. I think you should remember this.
Oh,
But what do we always say when things happen like this?
I think I know what
It's
you're
a
referring to.
new.
We have a
think
new ball
so?
game.
What do you think?
We have a new.
Yep,
I
it's
think
a new ball game.
I think compared to what we had 3 hours ago, we have a new ball game for what we're seeing going forward.
Correct.
Yep.
Correct.
And holy crap,
Yikes.
we just broke 200 concurrent viewers on the stream tonight. Thank you so much for joining. Like the stream, subscribe to the channel if you are new. Wow. Let's keep going. So, all right. So, is there anyone else in this in the call, whether it's Delta or whether it's Delta, LT, or Trevor, that want to add anything from what we've seen?
Yeah, I would.
Go for it.
Yeah, once again, I don't like that the dryer is very mixable. Because I could get, and plus, if you look at the moisture environment, it's in a really good moisture. pocket, and
Yeah.
that could help the system. That could really help the system.
Mm-hmm.
back to
All it
play,
needs to
guys.
do is just clean itself on its eastern side, but due to land interaction, I don't know how that's gonna work. I think there would have to be some onshore flow because remember, Florida is fairly flat.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that it won't like dissipate. It's not land based. No, it's
Yeah.
yes. It won't sustain. That's what I'm trying to say. On
right.
Florida. So I think when it gets away from Florida, it's gonna try and wrap itself up. Then it's gonna become a depression by that time, and
Yeah.
then and then like maybe 48 hours, it's gonna become a storm. After it probably becomes a depression.
All right.
You know what?
Caesar warning.
Go ahead. Keep going, LT, and then we'll have Weather Kingdom give his thoughts.
Oh no, I was just
Yeah, you're
saying
good.
Caesar warning. I
Okay.
was just saying Caesar warning.
Yeah. Did you have more to add?
No.
All right. Weather Kingdom, go ahead, dude.
You know what? I could see the National Hurricane Center doing.
What?
I can see this depending on recon tomorrow and depends on how satellite looks. With it being this close, even if it's not fully developed and recon picking up tropical storm force winds, but the low level ain't close, PTC. I can see that to warn the people. They've done it in the past. I can see this become a PTC tomorrow night.
If tomorrow night, I agree with you 100%.
I can see that because if this does look like, especially the way things are looking, that it's going to develop, National Hurricane Center is going to at least want to start putting watches and stuff out in a cone. I
Yeah.
could see PTC. Wouldn't it be like PTC 1? Because that's the only PTC of the year.
I think it would be
No, it'll be
PTC 2.
PTC 2.
Yeah, because we already have an
It
heat
also
storm.
has no
Yeah.
effect.
Arthur was
Okay.
PTC.
Yeah.
Pat, we got 0Z icon.
Oh. Where is it on Tropical Tidbits?
Yeah.
Or is it on Pivotal?
It's on Pivotal.
Okay, I'll pull it up on Pivotal. Let's see. I remember doing this last year with you guys, and just obsessing over the frames, and then just putting my cursor and like a bunch of circles and all that to go. Oh my goodness! Look at the change.
Oh, do you mean like an April 27th kind of?
Oh, this is already almost all the way out. Yeah. Okay. This is actually really good. Let's zoom. I want to zoom. We're gonna do zoom golf 0Z. Okay. Let's see if the operationals are catching up to the ensembles.
By the way, Pat, my tropical account is going to go on your stream.
What's up?
My tropical account is going to go on your stream.
Whoa! Hold up! We got a $100 donation tonight from Angela Commander. Wow. Hello
Thank
from Louisiana. You rock.
Hey, Pat. Can we get a
Wow.
pass on this?
What's up?
Can we get a pass on this?
Yeah, sure.
Let's fucking go.
Yeah. Wow. Man, this reminds me, man, dude, that's crazy. Thank you so much for the $100 donation. It means a lot. Yeah, man. I'm about to blush, dude. Yeah, I'm grateful. I'm humbled. As always, and all support to the Pat's Path Predictor channel and the Triple P show is much appreciated. And yeah, we're 15 subs away from 15,400. Smash that subscribe button right now, guys. As well as like the stream too. This is the definition of Guriel has tied it right here for all the Astros fans that are out there. So, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Hey, can I share my screen?
Oh,
I
yeah.
just realized
Yeah, go
something.
for it.
It's popping up.
There we go.
Hold on. Don't look. Don't
Oh.
look.
I won't touch. It's not on stream yet.
All right. Now you good.
All right, let me pull it up.
So I'm looking here. And
All
I'm
right.
seeing something interesting. So hold on, let me hide this. So there seems to be a low pressure right up here, in Quebec. Yes, this does have something to do with this. There's a high right here. There's the Bermuda High. But this is what I'm looking at. Look at what it's trying to do. You see that?
Yeah, it's starting to. Yeah, I'm noticing it a little bit.
It's trying to get a front. Well, it's not trying to attach to a front because then that won't be
No.
tropical anymore.
No.
But it's trying to use the front the front spin. That's why this has so much spin in it.
Yeah.
It's because it came from the front.
Yeah, that explains it.
And the
Off angle support right there.
Yep.
yes, exactly. That's what we were talking about earlier. You could put it in search if you want to. But also look at this outflow boundary that almost circles the entire storm. It goes from all the way over here, circles down towards Cancun, hits Havana, through my area, all the way up to Jacksonville,
Yeah.
Florida.
Oh
That's
yeah,
a
I'm definitely noticing that spin.
And especially like when it got dark and the convection kind of let up a bit on here, you could literally see the spin right here. You could see
Yeah.
it trying to rotate. That's really good. That's adding spin to it. It's literally basically adding
Yeah,
fuel to the fire.
it definitely
Yeah.
is.
And with the high pressure, it's on. Let me just take a screenshot. So here's your low, and here, like around here, I would say is your possible high.
Yeah.
So the low is assisting the area to loop around. I should
Yeah.
use red to make it local more.
Yeah. Oh, I see what you're talking about. With kind of, it's basically injecting convection and injecting moisture from what
Yeah.
we're seeing.
You know
Question,
what?
Pat.
High. Oh,
Oh.
go on.
Go ahead. Go ahead,
Oh.
boss.
How does the icon is looking?
How's the?
Interested.
I haven't looked at it yet. I'm about to once LTW is finished.
Yeah. And you know what highs do in the northern hemisphere? They rotate clockwise,
Right.
assisting the low
Yep.
pressure up here.
It's funneling
which
convection
feeds
down there.
More down. Yeah, which feeds more down. I think you could see where I'm going.
Oh,
with
I
this.
know exactly where you're going with this. Yeah,
This
it's
is basically what I was giving the concept of, and this is basically feedback loop, as I call it.
yep.
Yeah, and the thing is that if this high pressure gets stronger, it will assist it more. Even if the low is like far up here and will
Yep.
go like this way, it will keep on assisting it,
Mm-hmm.
which is really good for the storm.
Yep.
And it's under like really good temperatures. Like it's
Yep.
gonna be basically moving. I'm gonna use a different color. It's
Yeah.
gonna relatively move like right in this area.
All right.
And so if the high stays with it throughout its entire run, it could really gain a lot of energy in a quick amount of time. I'm not saying aura in like, 24, 48 hours.
Sure.
I'm saying like looking at the ships like what Delta sent earlier,
Yeah.
it really supports what I'm thinking that it's gonna do. I see what the ship sees, basically what I'm saying.
I definitely am seeing that. Yeah,
Yeah.
that is going to help this system out really considerably, to say the very least. Trevor is now a member of the channel. He's now a weather enthusiast. Hey, thanks for that. I appreciate it, dude.
Helping out your channel.
Yep. All right, let's go ahead and shift over to the icon now because there's a lot of interesting stuff going on with that from what I've seen both on chat and what I'm looking at. So here's what we have with the 0Z icon. And I am also going to compare this to the 18Z to see if this is uptrended or not. But yeah, it looks like it's a tropical storm. Mainly stays sheer. The sheer kind of keeps a lot of the big convection off of, out to sea and off the coast right here. But it does try to get its act together and organize a little bit. 1,003 millibar system as it's approaching Louisiana right here. Yeah, much of the big convection stays offshore right here. That makes landfall near Lake Pontchartrain, as a matter of fact, and does all of that good stuff too. So what was the 18Z looking like? This is a major uptrend.
Mhm.
This is a major
And
uptrend,
west.
and further to the west and further to the south.
Mhm.
Wow.
Hey, Pat, that's actually a good thing that that most of the convection or the precip is staying.
Yeah, I agree
out to sea,
100%.
so that it could sustain itself even on land. I'm not saying that it would, intensify on land.
Mhm.
I'm saying that it would like continue like supporting itself, not really losing strength immediately as it enters land.
Yeah.
Because Louisiana, just like Florida, is relatively flat. Maybe a few hills, but like that's about it. But like my point that I'm trying to make is it's not going to immediately dissipate if it goes into land due to the amount of because the northern side is getting hit,
Yeah.
not the southern,
No.
which is really interesting.
Yeah.
I feel, and is also supporting my thought of what I just showed because remember what I said the low and the high are working together to
Yep.
ramp up around the storm, and around the storm it goes south. Then yeah, it goes counterclockwise instead of clockwise. Caesar
Yep.
warning
Thank you. Go
instead
ahead.
of clockwise.
Right.
So that literally supports exactly what I'm saying that it could do.
Yeah. All right. LTW. Thank you for that.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Okay. I'm looking at this now.
Caesar warning.
Yeah, I'm
Caesar
just
warning.
checking satellite imagery real quickly to see how things have evolved.
Hey, I'll be back soon.
All right, dude.
I'll join back.
That's
All
fine.
right.
All right. But yeah, I'm looking at this. Yeah, this western side's really starting to ramp up. Also noticing some deep convections firing off to the east as well. And there's more stuff firing in Florida too. So if you're
Also got
Alert, GFS running.
oh,
you also got a
Thank
few
you.
bursts of some convection on the northeast side of the center as well. in the
yep,
Gulf.
that's what's mixing out this dry air right here, folks. All right, let's look at the GFS. Is it on Tidbits or is it still on Pivotal? Let's see. Let's see GFS. That's the GEFS. That's the ensembles. That's GFS. Okay, I'll have to check Tropical Tidbits.
Tropical Tidbits is still only 18Z.
Okay. Cool.
I'll
Huh?
keep my eye out for it though.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you very much for that. But man, ladies and gentlemen, what's up?
Is it just me? Or does that Western, that's a violent VHT on the Western side.
What are we looking at?
Like,
He's saying vertical
look-
hot tower.
Oh, yeah, I see what you're talking
vertical
about.
hot tower. Like, if you play it, you can see, like, that
Yep.
thing is really strong.
Oh, yeah.
That's like almost minus 80s. Like minus 75 C. No, I mean, yeah, C.
Yep. I'm definitely seeing what you're talking about too. So, yeah, that is. But yeah, thanks LTW for pointing that out. I'm checking tropical tidbits right now to see. Okay, that's the GFS. I want to go to regions. Let's go to the Let's go to the. Okay, I don't want a sounding. I want to go to the Western Atlantic. Okay, nothing. Okay, nothing. Okay, Zero Z's not quite out on tropical tidbits just yet, but yeah. Okay, we'll start getting GFS data pretty soon. Hopefully, it'll give us an idea as to what's going on, because the GFS has been the more conservative side, right here. So, yeah, I want to see how the GFS does with this. If you haven't already, be sure to like the stream, subscribe to the channel if you are new. Goal, as always, is to get more people engaged with weather. 13 subscribers away from 15,400. Let's hit that goal tonight. And at the rate things are going, I think we definitely can do that. So be sure to smash that subscribe button if you haven't yet. The goal, as always, is to get more people engaged with weather. Also, join the Storms United Discord server. The link to that is in the end screen. You just got to ask if you're 13. If you just got to answer some questions. If you're 13 or older, if you've read the rules, where you found the server, which is through the link in the pinned chat on my stream. So that's what we got going on for right here.
Pat?
Yeah, what's up?
You should take a look at water vapor on Cyclonic.
Uh-oh.
That's not good.
What are we looking at?
Look, the dryer's closed.
Yeah, we saw that. Yeah, I saw that
Closed.
earlier. It's getting
Oh,
picked
it's
out.
not. It's not partially. It's fully closed in now.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a whole
It's fully-
area of convection that's kind of starting to protect it.
Yeah.
Mhm. This thing's gonna get its act together, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think tomorrow, well, relatively tomorrow,
Yeah.
I'm thinking that I'm gonna see massive VHTs around Florida, like outside of Florida.
Yeah.
Maybe potentially inside the dry air.
I am back.
Hey, David.
Welcome back. And
Welcome back, man.
All right, LT, keep
yeah.
going.
to the north a bit, and also mostly to the west, in a more expansive outflow channel.
Mm-hmm. Thank you
I'm
very
not,
much. Yeah.
I'm not.
Go ahead.
I'm not expecting it, but I wouldn't be surprised if I see that occurring.
Yeah, neither would I. All right, LT, thank you very much. All right, David, you're back on the stream. I hope all went well. And yeah, things have definitely started to ramp up a little bit in the last couple of hours. Thank you. And
Jeez.
yeah, if you're looking at satellite imagery, a lot of the dry air is mixing out at a very fast rate. It's almost completely closed off on the northern side, and the rest of it inside is starting to get picked apart by convection and more moist air. So yeah, things have
Let me
definitely
see.
escalated. Go ahead.
Basically, what you told us earlier, you were 100% correct, David.
Yep, you called it. You called it. With the convection starting to wrap around, you called it. So
Yeah, I'm seeing that too.
Mhm.
RTMA data does indicate that eastern side has sustained winds now of about 25 miles an hour.
okay, that's not good either.
No.
Yeah.
Considering it had really before,
Okay.
that tells me that it's really strengthening
Hey
fast.
Pat, your chat is saying that 0Z GFS is coming up on purple weather now.
Pivotal weather. All right, I'm taking a look at it. The main thing I'm trying to see with the GFS is I'm trying to see if it's uptrended or okay. It's starting to come out. It's we're at 0 hour right now.
Honestly,
Mhm.
honestly, as much as I like global models, like high resolution models are going to capture it better.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, we'll see if the GFS uptrends, but I mean, it's not a high resolution model, so I would
No.
probably wait to see what our next round of high resolution models actually say.
Yeah,
Just because the GFS tends to it's not a high res model.
yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, thanks for letting me know about that, David. I'm just looking at it because the main thing we've seen with the is the models have been a bit of a disconnect. The ensembles are screaming that something big is going to be happening, at least for a lot of them, and the operationals have yet to be catching up. The Icon we saw earlier has started to catch up some. It has it as a 1,003 millibar tropical storm heading towards Louisiana, but a lot of that convection on the southern side of mainly due to the influence of wind shear. So the Icon's definitely been catching up. It's a big uptrend from what we've seen with the 18Z, and I'm wondering if the GFS is going to follow a similar uptrend or not. That's why we're looking at it to see if that disconnect starts to close a little bit. And from what we've seen with the Icon, it definitely has started to slightly. So that's why we're doing it. We're doing that just to check on that disconnect. But yeah.
General question, Pat.
Yes, sir.
Those 3 cells out in Central Florida, are those new?
They're relatively new. Yes.
Okay, so those are going to develop around the system.
Yeah, it looks like it's
And
mostly land-based
probably-
though, but it's going to help clean up a lot of the dry air over Florida down the line.
It should.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, high-res models are definitely what we're going to be using for going forward. But what I will say is conditions are a much better thing to use than models. We're just using models to figure out what a general idea we have. We are 12 hours out and already 1,012. What were we at 18Z? 18Z had nothing at all. It barely had anything close. So already, I know it's very early, but we're already off to a good start in terms of that closing that disconnect. So yeah, thanks for those in the audience that let me know about Pivotal starting to pull up. But while we're waiting, be sure to subscribe to the channel if you are new and like the stream. 8 subscribers away from 15,400. We can definitely hit that tonight in the next few minutes. Be sure to hit that subscribe button if you haven't already, as well. So thank you very much for all the support.
If we hit 15,400 subscribers, Pat will kiss his dogs live on camera.
I mean, Rebel's laying down right now.
Those dogs too.
What?
Those dogs too.
Yeah, Rebel's laying down right now. She's taking a little nap, so yeah. Okay, someone in chat's asking me, have my odds increased for this becoming a hurricane? Not quite yet, because I'm curious to see what A, the NHC is going to do, and B, what the 0Z ensembles are going to do as well, because we don't have any of that out yet. If I see the 0Z ensembles and they uptrend again, and on top of what we're seeing with the convection and on top of what we're seeing now, that's going to, I would say those would be, if we keep seeing those upswings, I will adjust my forecast accordingly. But yeah, I'll let you know when the time comes. But for right now, I'm just combing through all the data we are getting right now. Let's see. Let me just get something real quickly. I'm trying to grab this.
Breaking news.
What's up?
RFS is almost done rendering. And oh wow, okay, never mind.
Oh,
It's a lot weaker. It is a lot weaker on this run. Wow.
then the 12Z.
No, the 0Z. Then the 18Z was a lot stronger.
Okay. Oh,
Let's
okay, I'm
see.
looking at it.
Yeah, it's been trending weaker. It's been trending weaker.
Yeah, I also have a hard time with this finding a low pressure system. It's mainly keeping it further to the north with this one. Yeah, I'm seeing it too. Yeah, there's a bit of a disconnect over here. It thinks this is the low pressure system. It's actually up here. What was the 18? What was the 21Z going for? Okay, yeah, 21Z. Never mind. Forget what I just said. 18Z. Let's go out to 48 hours. Oh, yeah. The 0Z shifted it further up to the north and further. Yeah, okay, cool. So, that's definitely interesting for sure. So, yeah.
This does have winds though on both of the models. Still have winds greater than 40, so it'd still be a tropical storm.
Okay. Yeah. All right, let's look. All right, let me do this. Someone in chat was telling me the Discord link on my pin chat was invalid. Let me send this real quickly and pin that for you guys. There you go. That's the new link to the Discord to Storms United. So feel free to join that if you're interested. Hopefully that works for you guys. So, yeah, you just have to ask. You guys just got to answer if you're 13 or older. If you read the rules and how you found it, which is through the Triple P show. So, yeah, just thought I'd bring that out. But thank you very much, David, for letting me know. That is a piece of good news, but I am interested to see what other information we're going to get out of this. So,
Oh yeah, for sure.
yeah, because the icon
sure.
is uptrended. RFSA is downtrended a little bit. GFS is the main thing we're going to want to watch, at least in terms of that disconnect. I'm not paying attention to it. I'm not taking its intensity at face value at all. I think it's being too conservative. But I am curious to see what it's going to do compared to the 18Z. And it looks to me that it's definitely supporting more of a low pressure system going on, at least it being closed off. That disconnect, though, seems to be there for the most part.
Pat, I sent something in a general chat. Just don't show it on stream.
Oh, is this the oh, okay.
That's the IBM model
All right.
or frame of it.
All right, I'm not gonna show it. I'm not gonna show it. Thank you. But yeah, cool. Yeah. All right, perfect. Yeah, hopefully Recon gives us some good data tomorrow too, because that'll help the models out substantially. Yeah, let me do something real quickly. Let me do something real quickly. Let's see. Go to that. All right. Because he asked nicely and because he's been such a good help to the stream tonight. This is Trevor's channel link right there. Go ahead and subscribe to him real quickly. I'm gonna grab David's channel link too. So once again, because we have a lot more people in now than we did earlier, go subscribe to him as well. These guys have been such a wonderful help tonight. So go ahead and check their channels out and go subscribe to them if you haven't already. It would mean the world to them if you did. So thank you very much for doing that. Thank you very much for your guys' help. It means a lot. But 4 subs away from... What's up?
Oh yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah, 4 subs away from 20. Oh wait, from
15,
14.
15-4. 4 subs away from 15-4.
Nice, awesome. Now, since we're having a teeny bit of an intermission here, a little bit of an infomercial here. For those that are wondering about my seasonal winter forecast coming up,
Yep.
for the end of the year. I am working on that right now for you all. I'm not going to show it on stream because it's
Obviously,
going to be
yeah.
a big spoiler alert. But I am putting I'm going to put I'm putting a lot of time and effort into it, and
Mhm.
I'm excited to share it with you all
Yep.
on my YouTube channel. That will air on the YouTube channel, on my channel,
season
in
one.
early August sometimes. So
Nice.
sometime in between the 1st and the 7th of August, I will have my first preliminary winter forecast out for anyone that's interested in watching that.
All right.
So yeah. All right.
All right, David. Thank you
I'll
very
give you that
much.
so I can work on this.
Yep. Thank you very much. Yeah, that hot tower LTW you were mentioning earlier, it just got a lot bigger. It just got a lot bigger. I'll show you that in a second. But holy hell. Things are getting more interesting on the convection side of things. So there's that GFS. Let's see, we're 36 hours out. 1010, where were we at? 18Z. Definitely definitely a little less organized than the 18Z, according to the GFS. So definitely a situation we are going to want to watch. For sure. But all right. But yeah, 42 hours out. Okay, the GFS has started to... Okay, the GFS is definitely remaining relatively weak with this. Okay, cool. At least we figured that out. So, all right, man, we have covered a lot of bases tonight.
I got another update, Pat.
What's up?
I'm looking at some of the here. I'm gonna share my screen for this.
All right.
I'm looking at Earth Null School real quick.
Okay.
Right where you can see my green dot is surface pressure.
All right.
Hold up.
Okay.
Let me get back.
There we go. There we are.
Yep. That just messed up that. Here's our 700 millibar. Here's our 850. I'm gonna plot at the 850 real quick.
Yeah.
You can see here that roughly 800 to 500 millibars where it matters. The 850 to 500 millibars where it really matters is just about stacked vertically.
All right.
Only thing left is that this needs to vertically stack with 1,000 millibars.
Yeah.
And the 1,000 millibar surface are close, but not quite stacked. So it tells me there's a slight pocket of possibly a few knots of shear, like one.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
The fact that we're almost completely stacked already, according to this, is not fantastic, to say the very least.
Like you've been saying, an ominous sign.
Yeah.
Hey, that crashed on me. I'm back. Can you guys hear me?
What's up?
It crashed.
Can you guys hear?
Oh yeah, we can hear you loud and clear. Loud and clear.
Okay. Basically, I'm not sure how much of my stream did you guys see?
We saw
Oh,
pretty
we
much
saw a bit of it.
pretty much all of it. I'd say, like, was there anything else you wanted to add?
Saying that there's like 1 or 2 knots of shear that's slightly unaligning the 1,000
Yeah, you got
millibar level.
you got that out.
Okay. Then
Yep.
no, I got everything.
All right, perfect. Anyway, 3 subs away, guys. 3 subs away. Hit that subscribe right now, ladies and gentlemen.
Woohoo, everybody. Good job.
Yeah, man.
Let me see how many subs I'm away from my little milestone.
2 away, guys.
I am 10 subs away from 76,300.
WWW, dude. All
Amazing
right.
work, David.
Yep, man. It's been crazy. I gotta say. All right, I'm looking at this right now. Yeah, the GFS from what I've seen is about the same 0Z from what we saw with the 18Z about, which isn't really saying that much. I'm not going to use the I'm not relying on the GFS for this because it's a little too conservative. One sub away.
Yeah.
One
Come
sub
on.
away.
One person, please.
Yeah. But anyway, while I'm waiting for that to happen, I'm just checking the what's going on. Yeah, LTW, you were right about this hot
Yeah.
tower.
Mhm.
You were right, and we just hit it. Thank you very much, guys. It means a lot.
Ooh. Congrats, Pat.
Yeah. Thank you very much. All right. Yeah. Man, oh man.
By the way, David, I'm just posting something in the chat for you. Oh, Caesar Warring.
Yeah, thanks, LT.
Yeah, so basically this is what I talked about.
9
it's
away
in the-
from
Yep.
76.3. All right, let me see what you're. See,
It's in
there
the
is
chat.
dry. So I was listening to the conversation earlier on
Yeah.
your stream while I was gone, Pat.
Yes, sir.
Some of that dry air is still there. That's going to take a while for that to mix out. It's
Yeah,
going
I'm
to take
looking
a
at it.
while. It doesn't.
Yeah, I'm
It
looking
just
at it.
doesn't. It just doesn't do it like in a few hours. It'll take probably a couple of days for it to pretty much mix out.
Okay, cool. But would you agree that it's off to a good start at least?
Yeah, to some extent. It's just a matter of where that low is actually going to fully consolidate, though. It's pretty broad right now.
Yeah. Once it drills
Also the
down,
dry air.
we'll have a lot
Also
better
the
information.
dry
If it
air
drills
anyway.
down that convection, that's not good. That's not good.
I was also mentioning that dry air is also a hindering factor.
Yeah, it definitely is. But all right.
A0Z Canadian is starting to run as well as the GFS AI.
Okay. Oh yeah, the AI runs
Right.
out. Okay, the GFS AI isn't showing that much. What's the Canadian? Oh, it's a GDPS. Okay. We're getting our little. Yeah. We're getting our data surge right here. We're getting our little data surge, folks. It's that time of the night. And I remember doing this last year, and it was kind of like this too. Except
Pat,
that,
you need to check that satellite again.
what's up?
You gotta check that satellite.
What are we looking
There's
at?
there's another vertical hot tower
Caesar Warring.
popping up.
Caesar Warring.
All right,
There's a vertical hot tower showing up now
where are we looking at, Trevor?
near the coast of Louisiana.
Oh, yep, I see it. That's reinforcing this area right here. Man, oh man, oh man. The last few hours have been very interesting, to say the very least.
All right, Pat, I'm going to mute for a little bit. I'll be back in a few minutes.
All right, yes, sir. Oh. Okay, what was the 12Z going for? The 0Z Canadian, at least for initially, I want to see if this whole... Oh. The 0Z Canadian is stronger and further to the south at 18 hours. That's a problem. That is a potentially big problem tonight. Yep, I can definitely say that I can definitely say that at least some of the issues are being resolved with the ensemble operational split.
Hey,
Hey, Weather Kingdom, what's up, dude?
what part? Wait, how long are you gonna be live for?
I'm
Are you
gonna be-
planning?
I'm just a little bit longer. I'm waiting for the Canadian to come out a little bit more to come out a little bit more just to see how things are ramping up, because these kind of data surges that we get definitely They intrigue me. Seizure warning, by the way. Definitely intrigue me, and considering the amount of convection we have that we're dealing with, it's something we're gonna want to watch. But yeah, I'm just waiting for this to come out a little bit, and we'll see what happens. But yeah, further to the south by a pretty decent amount, and more organized. That's not fantastic at all. So
I agree.
yeah. So just a recap for you, Weather Kingdom. Let's see. The Icon
Oh,
had.
I've been watching.
Yeah. Okay. Icon was trending stronger. GFS nothing. The RRFS was a bit weaker. Canadian is now stronger, at least in the preliminaries.
To be honest, I think the GFS is a outlier because
Yeah.
I don't think the GFS. When it comes to this such of a close event, and I look at current, the current conditions, the current things that are going on, and global models are more meant for medium and longer range. So I
Yeah.
wouldn't really buy the global models for the short range,
All
like
right.
David was saying.
Yeah, I agree 100% with that. I was just showing that because the reason I was showing is because we had because of the operational ensemble model split. Operational ensemble model split. What's up?
I also wanted to show the GFS on my end with our temperatures, which relates to with what he was saying, because I don't know what has happened to the GFS. I really don't. It's literally went like downhill with accuracy.
Mm-hmm.
And how I know that is our forecast. We're not supposed to hit the triple digits at all that I could think of over the next 7 days.
Yeah.
Whereas for my location on the 18Z, I mean, come on, triple digits, dude, triple digits.
Okay, yeah. So this is a model-wide
Today-
issue, pretty much.
Yes.
Okay,
Today,
fair enough.
Okay, so today my weather station, my Davis weather station, which is certified. I don't know if you're showing this to the viewers.
Yeah, I'm watching. Yep, we are.
Okay.
Yeah, we are.
My Davis weather station today went up to 89.9 degrees. So just like you can think of it like 90. So it's literally 7 degrees off from the GFS model. Versus if we go to the European model, just a little bit of model statistics here. Let's go to the Euro deterministic forecast and let's go over to here. Let's scroll all the way down to here and then go to trend. You could see what was the forecast high on the GFS today? 92 degrees GFS. Or the Euro. So the Euro performed better in terms of actually showing temperatures. Well, this is in Stockton. I live just outside of Stockton, so it was a couple of degrees cooler.
Mhm.
But if actually we go over to, I don't know if it's on our National Weather Service. I'm actually curious if the temperatures actually did verify. I know it's not related to the tropics, though, but I just wanted to do a little bit of a
Detour.
Yeah.
For sure. All
So
right,
let's
David.
see. Hourly.
Yeah.
Really quickly here. Let's see. Let's see. Where are we at? Oh my gosh. Why is this not showing our location?
Okay.
All right. Here we are. Okay, so Stockton today. Stockton. Where are you at, Stockton? Okay, let's go to
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, almost there. I know. Okay, Stockton. Well, temperature of 83, it reached 91 today. 91. So the Euro was boom, spot on with that compared to the GFS model. So yeah, I would be extra cautious to use a GFS model at this point for this tropical system.
Mm-hmm. All right. Thank you very much, David.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So just a quick thing. I just sent a link into chat. That's kind of the Storms United group that we're setting up on Instagram as well. So if you'd like to join that, feel free to join. that if you're interested, it definitely, definitely would help out quite a bit as well.
Pat,
Yeah, what's
sent
up?
you the QR code. If you put that up, sent you the QR code if you want to put that up on stream. If you want to put that in the announcements, it was a DM. Basically.
Yep, I'll
everybody
put it in the
audience-
announcements on Storms Unite tomorrow too. So just
Yep.
so that way, because I know a lot of people are probably heading to bed soon. So yeah.
Yeah, but basically for everybody here in the audience who wasn't here last time,
Yep.
basically I've been very busy behind the scenes, as Pat called it,
Yeah.
and basically took inspiration from Storms United on Discord and kind of thought about, what if we expand platforms in order to expand our reaches to more people? So far, we only have a few people on there because not many have been joining, but
Yeah.
we have an Instagram server for Storms United, and soon we'll have a Twitter that will be Storms X
Teaser
United. Because, I see we got some people that are joining now.
Yep.
Everybody, take 2 minutes and join our Discord.
Yeah, I know,
Discord server and Instagram
We're
server.
kind of self-promoting and all that stuff, but hey, this is how we grow
Pat,
our brand.
Can I could join the Storms Unite. Am I good to join yet or not?
On Instagram, absolutely, yeah.
No, on Discord.
Well, I'll talk about that with you a little
Bring
bit
that
later.
up after. We'll bring
Okay.
that up after.
Yeah, I'll talk about that with you a little bit. All right, so
And everybody add up your friends to that Storms United Instagram as well. For all of you guys who are in Storms United Discord, it will soon be up there. And
Yep.
in the next few days, Storms X United will be up as well.
yeah, all right. Okay, I want to cover my bases real quickly. Right now. Definitely starting to see some people pop up on the Instagram. Thank you very much. But here's the situation that we have going on for tonight. This bursted out over the last few hours. This bursted out over the last few minutes. The 0Z runs are coming in, definitely painting a more interesting picture 36 hours out. What is the Canadian? Okay, this is interesting. Yeah, the 0Z Canadian is stronger and more consolidated. So that's what we're seeing right here. The main question is, what are the ensembles going to do, and how are the Hurricane runs going to respond? They aren't out yet, but I am curious to see what they will do down the line. But ultimately, that's what we're seeing tonight. We have a lot of stuff to cover with Invest 91L. I got sent something right here. Yeah, I got sent a soccer trophy for 500 joules from Falls Graph 1989. Thank you very much for that. But yeah, all right. So okay, so situation is. Actually, I want to ask everybody here a question real quickly.
Yes.
Yeah, what is it?
NHC chances based on everything we've seen tonight. What are we thinking?
Honestly, anywhere between either 1560 or 1670.
I'm thinking.
Oh, David, go ahead.
I'm probably thinking about 60%.
All right, fair enough.
Agree. I think 60 or I think they have 40% in the next 48 hours. I'm thinking 60 50. I
You
think
mean
they're going to
50,
notch it up.
5060, you mean?
I'm gonna go
Yeah.
devil's advocate, and I'm gonna go 50% in the next 48 hours, and 70 in the next 5 days.
In
Yeah,
6, 7.
that would be
almost the same
surprising.
as Delta, but I say 60% in the next 48 hours.
All right. Okay. All right, Trevor, what were your thoughts? Okay.
On what again?
NHC chances.
I'm going 50, 60.
LTW.
Yeah, basically the same.
All right.
50-60.
For me, it's either 50-60 or 50-70, one of those two. I'm leaning towards 50-60 because the NHC is definitely going to increase their chances, but I think they're going to stay a little bit on the conservative side. So, all right. Well, I think that's what we got for tonight. When could the name? When would it be named? I'm not 100% sure yet. I think we need to wait and see what it does by tomorrow
Probably
morning.
another 2 days.
Yeah, probably.
Probably another 2 days. I'd say tomorrow or next day afternoon. So that would be Monday afternoon.
All right. Cool. All right. In that case, then I'm gonna go ahead and end this right here. Thank you all for joining tonight. I hope you guys had a wonderful
on,
Triple
Pat.
P. What's up?
LT, I think, said something.
What's up, LTW?
I didn't.
Oh, my bad.
All right.
Sorry. Continue.
All right, we're going to go ahead and end this tonight. We've been on the air for over 4 hours, longest Triple P show by far. Thank you all for coming out. It means a lot to us that you did. Thank you for all the support, all the likes, subscribes, and the donos and the gifts you have sent. It means a lot, helps us out a lot. And I want to thank David once again for helping me co-host this. Thank you.
I am really, it's an honor that I was able to be here tonight, was able to make a good chunk of the show, other than had to go eat at the Habit and then go to the Dollar Tree for a bit and then back home and come back here. But anyways, I will have just realized I have church in the morning. So I don't know how I'm going to work this out and time manage with my next morning tropical video. Probably going to have to work on that rather soon than rather later so I can get that out so I can get to sleep earlier tonight. Followed by another video tomorrow afternoon if necessary. If not, it might get escalated up to a live stream discussion on the system. But anyways, I'll let Pat end it here in a split second. But if you all have not subscribed to Pat's Path Predictor, please consider doing so. He's a great, great forecaster. Probably one of the best out there, including myself.
Let's
if you
go.
have not subscribed. Yeah. If you have
Okay,
not
Pat.
subscribed to my channel, also please consider doing so. We are 5 subscribers away from 76,300. All right, so get me there if you can by subscribing and staying up to date here on the Tropics on both me and Pat's YouTube channels. All right, Pat, I'll let you take it away now.
All right.
But thank you, Pat, for letting me be on.
Hey, Pat, I got one thing for you.
Yes, sir.
Trevor has officially done it. We now have a Storms X United on Twitter. We got to add people into it, but the group chat has just been made. So can we all get a round of applause for Trevor?
Let's do it.
Good job.
All right. Thank you very much.
What's the name of it on X?
What?
Yep.
Yeah, you're good. All right. Thank
I
you
put it
very
in-
much.
I put it in the group
Oh,
chat.
all right, perfect. All right, thank you very. What's up? This is like a Midwestern goodbye.
First of all,
Good old
congrats.
classic.
Yeah,
Congrats on your milestone.
thank you.
And second of all, I just want to show you something I was going to send in the chat, but for some reason Discord's being Discord because I don't have Nitro. I can't. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. I want
What's
to
up?
do this.
What do you got?
Here.
Oh, LTW, it's on the stream. All right, let me. All right,
Yeah.
LTW has a moment. One thing to show before we go. So, what do we got?
So basically all you need to know, everything is assisting the system. Everything's just pointing directly at the system.
Yeah.
This is the main one.
Yep.
It's a strong one, 996 millibars.
Yeah.
And as I said, it's going down, and I didn't realize that there was a high pressure right here. So that's also assisting along with this. And then this 1011, it's also semi-assisting. It doesn't have that much convection, but it's putting stuff into it, same as the 1005 one.
Mm-hmm.
And this is all like one cluster of like a high pressure.
Yeah.
All right.
And I think these are like the rough tracks that I could do.
Sure. All right, LTW.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for that. I'm gonna go ahead and switch this over real quickly. What's up, Weather Kingdom?
Oh, just saying. I was just agreeing with
All
him.
right. All right. ladies and gentlemen, we're going to end it tonight. Thank you for all the support. It means a lot. Like the stream, subscribe to the channel if you are new. Goal is
Have a
always
nice
to get
night,
more
y'all.
people engaged with weather.
Good night, everyone.
Yeah, we may do this again tomorrow. We may not. We gotta decide. We're gonna decide that in a little bit. But with that being said, have a wonderful evening. Thank you for so much. I'm very grateful for what we got. Stay safe.
We all love Pat.